we explain creativity in the workplace. This is Sean, a product manager working on the launch of a new sailboat. The presentation has to be ready by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Sean feels stressed because he's missing the big idea. Sean's supervisor, Vincent, wants to help him. He's read that creative spaces lead to creative work. So, Vincent decides to build the best workplace on earth, with open plan offices, common areas, and wellness areas for Sean to be resourceful. But Sean still doesn't feel creative when he's at work. Sean has his best ideas outside the office while running, chatting with friends, listening to music, or having a shower. Like Sean, the majority of people are not creative on the job. The main reasons are too many distractions, having no time, being too focused, or feeling stressed. So is it ever possible to have outstanding ideas at work? This is Lisa, Vincent's daughter. Lisa works on her startup in a garage with her two friends. Surprisingly, Lisa has her best ideas in the garage. Vincent wonders why. The garage isn't the best workplace on earth. Furthermore, he knows Lisa is stressed too. Being an entrepreneur is like jumping from a plane without a parachute and trying to figure out how to make one on the way down. So why does Lisa have her best ideas in the garage? What matters most for Lisa is her team. One, they inspire her every day. They share their thoughts openly and have respect for their expertise. Two, there is a creative atmosphere. It's okay to be yourself and do whatever you want. Sing out loud, do a workout, or daydream. Three, they know creativity is required for their startup to survive and grow. How can Vincent help his employees to be creative? He works in a big corporate balloon. Vincent realizes that creativity in the workplace depends more on the people and the energy between them than on the environment. He identifies 4 key elements behind Lisa's creativity. First, surround yourself with people on your wavelength, folks you would like to go sailing with. These are people you are more likely to communicate with, which builds trust. Trust is a major element for creativity because people are more likely to give honest feedback and come up with daring ideas. Second, allow time to not focus. Under extreme time pressure, people are likely to focus too hard and hold on to a narrow point. Not focusing helps to widen the horizon. For instance, informal talks with colleagues help to see problems from a bird's eye view, offer different perspectives, and thereby open the horizon for unusual solutions. Third, demand creativity. To accelerate creative thinking, get a genius on board. A genius places high standards on himself, is passionate about his job, and inspires others to deliver creative excellence too. And finally, have a common purpose. If people are driven by the same goal, they help each other to have great ideas. 6 months later, Sean, Vincent, and his new colleagues go on a sailing trip to test drive the new boat. Like good friends, they have the time of their life, and they keep one promise. What happens on the sailboat stays on the sailboat.
So today's session is on what I've been asked to do is on body image and self-esteem. And I think everybody at some time in their life goes through with being conscious of how they look, how they feel about themselves, and maybe experiencing low self-esteem. So what I wanted to start with, rather than myself just come out and give you a lecture, normally the way I work is in a group setting and on a one-to-one basis. So the clients or the students who's with me will tell me what's going on for them. So this is where I'm asking you guys, what does body image mean to you? So I gather you're going to do the message on the chat. What does body image mean to you? How you view yourself, your own feelings of self-worth, okay? And is there anything you want to share about how you do view yourself? Or we can do that later. So that's open to that, okay? Anyone else about what does body image mean to you? Because it could mean different things to different people. It doesn't mean it's a set concept, just one doesn't fit all. And this is when it comes to mind. Mind doesn't work like that because it's from our own experience, what gets stored in a subconscious from the day we were born to the day we're here today. So everything gets stored like in a hard drive, and that's what actually creates our values and beliefs and what we learn about who we are and what we learn to believe about other people as well. So body image can be translated by, as one of the viewers said, is how we think about ourselves. So it's about, what do you think about you? What do you really think about yourself? And then our thinking relates to how we feel about ourselves. So how do we feel about ourselves, about our body, and how we believe others see us? It could be from judgments from others. I've got here judgment according to external standards, example in media and an environment. Yes, but that's true. But mainly, what is body image? What is it? It's about what we think about ourselves. Your body image to you is going to be completely different to how we feel about ourselves. How I feel about me is going to be completely different from how you feel about you. How we believe others see us. And do we know that for a fact, how people see us? Do we know that for a fact? Are we just making up those stories in our head? Or is it because of somebody had a comment you made, and that comment, you've made it into something else, and it might not even be true. Maybe they mean something else. We don't know this yet until we get into it. And so I've got a comment coming through. It's mentally draining comparing ourselves to others. Of course it is. Of course it is. It is draining because it's all going on in your head. It's going all in your mind. And what you're thinking, which mentally is the thoughts create your feelings. So where you're just saying is you feel quite drained, right? That's a feeling. And it's from your thoughts that you will get those feelings. So how do we think about ourselves? What's the things that people say about themselves? So this is just a few examples. How we think about ourselves, we might say, you think you're fat. Maybe when you look in the mirror, when you try something on in clothes, you're overweight because you're maybe not the size. Is it as a model walking past, it was I think it's a size 6 or an 8 in the magazines. And when you look at your clothes size, or even clothes sizes within the shops, different shops have different sizes, that you might be a 12 in one shop and might be a 14 in another. And when you pick up that item of, say, jeans or a dress, and you're thinking, oh my God, that's a size 14, but I was a size 12 just, I don't know, 2 months ago or something. And then you start thinking, it's just all these thoughts start going through your head. When you look in the mirror or you compare yourself to others, you might think you're ugly. And what does that mean for you? What is ugly? What ugly is? What's that comparison to? And then Islamically, can we be ugly? Allah's created us perfectly. Now, the things we might think about ourselves is too short, or not tall enough, or too tall, can't wear heels. Some people talk about how they don't say I think this about me, but they just say I have bad skin, I have too many spots, or look at all this pigmentation on my face. You know, everything's turned into a fact. Too skinny. I mean, I've started off with fat and overweight, but then there's people out there that say they're too skinny, they don't have any shape on them, they can't even look nice in a dress, or in this jeans, or if it's I don't know if there's any men on the call, on the session today. If there is, please do let me know, so it's related to everybody, but mostly I'm saying dress and jeans, people feel they're too skinny, they're just falling off them, they don't have the hips for it. You know, all these things we're thinking about ourselves, and I've only picked a very few. I'm sure you guys can give me some more here, because this is meant to be interactive. So do please feel free at any time just to send your messages through, and I'll relate them to the presentation. But all these things, what you're thinking about yourself, aren't they negative already? Yes, they're negative. And then, as I said, thoughts create feelings. So the feelings are got to do with these thoughts. So then we feel sad when we're trying to lose that weight, when we're fat or overweight, or when we think we're fat and we think we're overweight. So we start doing the diets, or we start doing cutting down meals, whatever we're doing, we try to make this effort to maybe reduce the calories, or reduce what we're eating as the junk food, to shift that weight. And then we get sad when we stand on the scales, or sad those jeans still don't kind of fit as nicely, because you've not shifted that weight that you were looking at that's bothering you. Then you begin to feel unhappy. Unhappy is a feeling within yourself, and you're thinking it's because of my body shape, this body you own, this amanat that's been given to you by Allah. And it's amanat. It's only for this time and this earth and the dunya for you to look after. And what do you think happens to it when you have all these negative thoughts and negative feelings regarding your body? What do you think happens with that? Okay, I'll wait to see what messages we get through. And gratitude. We're negative towards our bodies. Yeah, but why are we negative about our bodies? Let's come back to that. Why are we very negative towards our bodies? So feeling less than perfect in size. We're in size. What is the right size? Who says that's that size? Who says size 6? I don't even know, what is size 6 really? It's a kid's, sometimes it looks like a kid's size, but if somebody fits in, if their bone structure fits into a size 6, might work for them. But why is that the perfect size? Or why is size 8 or 10 the perfect size? And then we all strive. When you're saying we're comparing ourselves, yes, the media, exactly, we see it everywhere. But then you see it, but if you're seeing it everywhere that that's the perfect size, yes, it's training your brain. We get learnt those behaviors that this is the perfect. We start telling ourselves, we start believing it. And then what we do is just, if we're not that size 8 to 10, the perfect size, then we just beat ourselves up. Mentally, we beat ourselves up. So then because of that, we start feeling not good enough. I'm not good enough because I don't fit into that size. I don't look like that magazine. Or nowadays it's the Instagram or the Facebook or the Snapchat now with all the filters. Everybody looks perfect with filters. Who doesn't? Clear skin, gorgeous eyes, and the Snapchat filters. And I've only recently discovered Snapchat. So the Snapchat, you get makeup put on and they change your face shape or, funny things. But it could be okay if it is a laugh. You're doing it for fun. But if that's covering up how you really feel about yourself, that's still internal. You're feeling not good enough. That's something that needs to be addressed. then you start feeling unworthy of love, unworthy of acceptance, unworthy of self-care, self-love, unworthy of being who you are. And then that brings you down even more. Then you start feeling unattractive. What is attractive? What does attractive mean to you? Do we have a set right or wrong what is attractive? No. What's attractive to me might not be attractive to you. What's attractive to you might not be attractive to me. It's all individual. But what really makes you attractive is your nur, is your inside, is your beauty from within. But we sometimes forget that, or a lot of the times we forget that, and we forget it because of the society and the community, and the environment we actually live in. Another thing we've got about body image, what body image mean is how we believe others see us. We don't know by fact that others see us like this, but because here I've got here, these beliefs can be what we think of ourselves. So if you go back to the first column here, if we think we're fat, we think we're ugly, we think we're too short, we think we've got bad skin, we think we're too skinny, or well, we think that these beliefs, because we end up believing that, we're thinking that's what other people think of us. That's the way they're seeing us. Now, I don't want to go to that party now because I don't look that great in this dress or this outfit. And it's like, well, everybody's going to think I look fat. Everybody's going to think it's, I don't know. I keep coming up with fat. If that one doesn't work with you guys, you just send it through for me. I've never had the issue of being too skinny. Okay. However, this belief about how we believe other people see us. Another area is here. These beliefs can be constructed by what others say about us. It could be family, growing up with family, or with friends or students. What do your friends and your students say to you? It might be just small comments, but what do they mean? So at this point, if you can put in some messages there about what do you hear from others? What about school? What about in school when you were in primary school and high school? I know you guys are at university now. So, however, that doesn't take it out the scenario of what was said to you as growing up in your household, even from 0 to 5, 5 to 10. While you're at primary school, and then when when your big transition for you when you're leaving primary to go to high school. That is huge when you're the smallest people there because you're in first year. And when you're in first year or even at primary school, there's a lot of bullying going on at school. And the bullying becomes verbal abuse. And what is the taunts that they say? Maybe you were in the back end of that. Maybe getting the taunts with these things where we're saying you're fat, you're ugly. This could be racial taunts, etc. as well. These things you start storing all in your subconscious, and even when you don't really realize why you behave a certain way consciously. Subconsciously it's all stored. Subconsciously is all stored there. So even within family, and as my cousins, I was discussing this when I was doing the information for this webinar, and I remember my cousins, we were one of us in each family was just by fun or by love, you just called Fatty, come here, Fatty, whatever, however they say it, they call him Fatty. But when you look at the pictures and you look at them and you're thinking, oh my God, they were nowhere near fat. But maybe they say that they called them out of fondness, but just because my cousin, this cousin on this side, was the less thinner than her sisters and her brothers. And then the same with the other one. It was just because she was less thinner, but she was still really thin. She was nowhere near fat. But they've grown up with this self-image of being fat. No matter what, they still feel fat. And actually one of them is a size 8. The other one must be a maximum of size 10, even if she is a size 8. And till this day, she's like saying, oh, my tummy is out to there. I've got fat. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? It's because I remember those days that they were just called that just for fun. And that is not even the bullying at school or taunting by anybody else or even your friends. This was family because you're being in that family on a daily basis. Is anybody out there relating to what I've said so far? Is this what has happened to you? Okay, so yes, a lot of adult insecurities do with body image, but do you mean that for yourself? Your adult insecurities has got to do with that? Are you meaning, yes, but are you meaning that, yeah, you're understanding what I'm saying, or you're saying for yourself? Because it would be good to know, and that way I can address for yourself. Okay, great. So this is where this point is, this next slide. I'll address everything as I go along, and don't worry, at the end I'll give you contact details as well, because the work I do is working individually with people who, and we can go back to that time or that area in your subconscious mind, because it's all stored in your brain, your mind. Alhamdulillah, it's such an incredible place of how it can store and create things for you, but unfortunately it can do all the negatives for you too. So look at the next slide here. Other than the absolutely gorgeous, cute baby here, you know, we were all like that one day. So innocent, carefree. We weren't born with these. We weren't born with self-esteem issues. We weren't born with worrying about body image. Where did it come from? Where did it come from? Just look at that picture. That's a sweet baby. This is how we were. We were born like this. Then we grew up, and growing up within that environment, growing up with that negative self-talk, growing up with what people have said to us, what we're seeing in the TVs, what we're seeing in adverts, what we're seeing in the billboards, what we see in social media, what we see in magazines. All that starts creating our values and our belief systems. But if you look back, really, this is where we started. This is where we started. So they're all learned behaviors. They're all learned values and belief systems. And they get stored in our subconscious mind. And with storing them in our subconscious mind, that's how they impact into the feelings and how we're going to do how we think, and then our behaviors and our actions. But really, body image, real body image, has nothing at all to do with your size. Can you believe that? Body image has nothing to do with your size and your shape. Right now, this moment, how do you feel about your body? How do you feel about your size and your shape? From 1 to 10, or 0 to 10. 10 being amazing, awesome, feel great. 1 being not so much, not good at all. So feel free to put your comments through. Okay, a 4. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, sure. I'll repeat that. How do you feel about your body just now? Your body image. So 10 is you feel great. At the higher scale, number 10 is I feel great, I feel awesome, I feel amazing, I feel fabulous. 1 is you feel the opposite, not great at all about it. It changes. Okay, right now, today, how do you feel about it? Where are you with it just now? Okay, sometimes 6 and sometimes 2. Okay, we'll come back to that and we'll look at what changes that. Why do you feel sometimes 6, which is above 5, so it's coming closer to the 10, which is more positive, but 2 is very low. Okay, and the other comment was 4, and do you feel, is it normally 4 all the time you feel like that, or does it change for you? Okay, pretty stable. Okay, so we've got a 4, and then we've got a between a 6 and a 2. Okay, and if anybody else wants to jump on saying how they are. Okay, 3 to 5. Okay, I'll just get them in. Okay, so that's interesting, isn't it? And have you thought about it that way before? It's taking that moment to stop and consider how you feel about yourself. So body image hasn't got anything to do with your size or your shape. It's actually a product of peer pressure, of social concepts, of cultural values and family values. I'm not sure what the cultural background of the audience is here, but growing up in a Pakistani environment, and I'll give you an example of when people were looking at prospective marriage partners, and what I've heard and what I've seen with my friends, and even with myself when we were getting married, it was when you were I know it's changed by the time when I was going through all this, but it was very traditional that the male's mum would call the house, and the cultural values of the ladies, or the cultural values of this community was they wanted to know the size of the girl, whether she was tall, whether she was fair-skinned. Everything was got to do with looks. So your body image. But this is not just the teenagers or the kids. This is adults. Is the adults, is the community, is the culture, is the families that are having that pressure. So never mind just peer pressure, it's pressure from them. That are you good enough to be even considered as a proposal for within their family, as in marriage? Where they're saying, is the girl A, B, C? Okay, whether it's fair skin, tall, slim, etc., etc. But you can see it happens daily. It happens all the time. It's all around us all the time. And because of these values, this starts beginning to influence our self-perception, how we think of ourselves and how we feel about ourselves, our self-worth, our self-esteem. And what do you think that happens with this? Okay, it drops and then it drops and it drops. If all the influence you're getting is all negative and it's all on just the way you look, then it does begin to start putting you in a dark place and feeling like you're unworthy, feeling like you're not good enough, feeling like you're not pretty enough to get out there. You start feeling pretty rubbish about yourself, which leads to then depression. So these negative influences that I can't even see my screen. Negative influences. Look at I've just put a range of people, youngsters, adults, like siblings. These negative influences, that's what allows our lack of confidence. If we're already feeling low in confidence or low self-esteem, this makes it fester. It just takes it deeper and deeper into this dark hole. And if it's constant negative, if you're not getting positive in it, if you're not getting anything better out of it, how is it going to get better for you? How are you going to start feeling more confident? How are you going to start feeling high self-esteem, feeling good about yourself? Would you like at this point to say what your negative influences are? So as I've given you some examples of negative influences within family, within cultural, within even school, being bullied. Is there anything that you would like to share? You can feel free to do the messages and I'll go on to my case study. Overly honest, friends. I'll come back to that one. So this case study, I was just talking to one of my friends and I was saying, you know, when you were growing up, what issues did you have at primary or high school? Was there anything that affected, knocked your self-esteem, etc.? And he goes, I was bullied. I goes, what were you bullied for? And he's saying he was bullied and he was called Bugsy. That's a first picture there, what's with the teeth. Bugsy because he had big teeth or unlined teeth and he had to wear braces later, but Bugsy Malone or something, he said, and it was about his teeth. The other thing name calling was Concord. It was called Concord, just midway, and that's about his nose. But then again, this is the nose Allah has given you. If we appreciate or understand that there's a reason why we're designed this way, Allah has created us perfectly. You know, no one person is the same. Nobody's got the same fingertip prints because we're all unique. Yeah. So all these little things about facial, even the next one was Becky Four Eyes being called that. You know, these little things, they're not little at that time though, is it? When you're at primary school, this is at primary school up to high school, he was saying this was happening to him. You know, and I said, what did it do for you? How was the results of this? And he said, I was really insecure about myself. I started feeling really insecure. And then he goes, I was scared. And I goes, what were you scared of? And he goes, for anybody, just even a gang of boys just jumping me, you know, if I'm walking across the road or walking in the street and I see a bunch of boys, I would cross the road to get away from them, even if they've not said anything. He was that insecure with himself because of all these taunts that it created this another level of fear of getting beat up. So he used to cross the road, and then the hard thing hit home. Okay, all this stuff knocks your self-esteem. Yes, but he said hatred. I goes, what hatred for these people that were saying these things to you? He goes, hatred of myself. Hatred of myself. And that's scary to hear. If someone really hates themselves, what does that result to? Hating yourself. These are the things we're hearing nowadays with youngsters, teenagers, due to Instagram, due to bullying, that unfortunately people are taking their lives. Unfortunately, they're committing suicide due to bullying. But bullying's the outer product. It's what the bullying is doing internally. Okay, this is your part, guys. I think I've talked enough. Can you share your negative influences? So we've got here overly honest friends. So what are these overly honest friends saying? What kind of things are they saying? We've got Instagram. Where I suppose they're negative Instagram because what happens with Instagram is that you're seeing people only put up pictures that are perfect. And that's with Facebook as well. If you look good, then you put that up. If you don't feel that you look good, you won't put it up. You don't really share it. So with any of the social media, they're all about looking good. But when other people put up their pictures of looking good, if we are strong within yourself, then we would not compare ourselves to other people, yeah? We wouldn't compare ourselves to Instagram. We wouldn't compare ourselves to Snapchat. Let's compare ourselves to ourselves. If you're going to compare them, but okay, unnecessary honesty. Honest friends say you've gained weight. Okay, compare your body to theirs openly. All right, okay. So basically you're not asking them, how do I look? do I look fat in this, or have I gained weight? They're just uninvitedly telling you you've gained weight. And they're telling you because they think they're being your friend. They think that they're being honest with you. And how does that make you feel? Have you ever spoken back to them? Have you ever told them? Have you told them that, I really don't like what you're saying to me, or I've not asked for your opinion? Have you communicated? No, because it's not too nice. But why is it not too nice? Okay, I don't know what the situation in that time is when your friends are saying it. Skin is a huge insecurity. I don't know what BC is. BC people? Because people, sorry, because people will always tell you you're tired when you don't have makeup on. And do you wear makeup all the time? And I suppose makeup is amazing in one way as well, because it does cover up if you are tired. You put a bit of concealer under your eyes, and it does clear up imperfections, etc. But also sometimes it's a way of feeling good about yourself. Naturally, a lot of people don't need makeup. I have seen lots of gorgeous, beautiful girls, and sometimes I don't understand why they've got so much makeup on, because they're actually stunning without it. They're stunning without it. But then that again shows about self-esteem. Or sometimes, okay, fine, you put makeup on because you're going out. You're going out and it's, a night out, you want to get dressed up. But you have to wear it daily. So we've got skin, you've got, do they comment on skin? Okay, they do, because they say you look tired when you don't have makeup on. I suppose it's something what they're used to. Okay, so skin and feeling overweight. However, see if you can become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion, no one's rejection or behavior will be able to rock you side to side. You'll be firm. You could, wash it down, like they say, on a duck's back. It wouldn't waver you. Does that make sense? Inshallah, that is definitely the goal. Become so confident in who you are that no one's opinion or rejection or even behavior will rock you. And that's the focus of you, this focus of, they're all external. The comments that people make, the Instagrams, the social media, the billboards, the TV adverts, they're all external. But what's happening when you have the low self-esteem and body image issues? They're all coming internally. They're coming from your mind. So you have control over it. You are in control of that. You just have to learn how to overcome that. And you have the power. You have the power within you. And we just need to tap into it to connect you to. So how can we do this? You don't have to have a perfect body to have a good body image. Do you? No. You don't have to have a perfect body, and whatever perfect body means to you, to have a good image, body image. When you like your body as it is, right now, right this very moment, right now, today, that will boost your self-esteem. When you like your body as it is, right now, that will boost your self-esteem. So how are we going to do this? Self-awareness. Know yourself. Know your body. Be aware. Make a list of the things that what you like about yourself. Okay, fine. If your skin doesn't look so good, but do you have gorgeous eyes? And nice lips? What is it about yourself that you like? What do you have? What traits or what things about you that are just so unique to you and are stunning and amazing and beautiful. Please do put them in the comments when I say this. I'm just looking to see if any, make a list of them for yourself, yeah? But tell me here too. And accept compliments. How good are we accepting compliments? Are you any good at it? And someone says, oh, you look great today. Oh, you look, never believe I'm terrible. That's not a good start. Well, that shows already about your self-esteem. Okay, so you never believe them. Why don't you believe them? If somebody's saying it, so somebody will say, oh, you look good in that dress. Oh, you look like you've lost weight. You will say, oh, no, it's just because it's black. I wore this today. It's just this top. Is this shape? Or no, it's just because of this. You make excuses. You start making excuses for even the compliments, to not accepting the compliments. So when the positive influence is coming, don't push it away. Accept it. Own it. Say thank you. Just say thank you and soak it in. You look great today. Thank you. Oh, wow, you look amazing. Oh, your eyes are so gorgeous. Thank you. Know and understand your qualities of what makes you good, who you are. You're not what the outer shell is. You're not the person just because of the way you look. True or false? You are the person that's within. And when that glows out of you, when you're strong and confident as that person from within, regardless of what size you are, whether you're size 20 or a size 10, that's what makes you who you are, your qualities, your other qualities of being kind, generous, always smiling, or, looking at the good of people. These all start shining out of you. Your smile, your laughter, making other people feel good. That's who you are as a person. And that's what makes you beautiful. Look at the beauty that is within you. And always focus on the positives of yourself. Some people don't like their upper body. Some people like the lower body. Some people say even if they're focusing on their tummy, but they've got great legs, then focus on your great legs. If you're focusing on if you've got bingo wings, I've heard people going on about bingo wings, and I'm like, I didn't even notice that. I didn't even see it. I didn't even think about it. Just the person is giving the negative talk that's normally internal to them out loud to other people with something they've not even thought of. Other people are not even seeing. So rather than doing that, we do self-awareness of all the positive stuff about us. We rewire our brains. We rewire our brains from all the negative comments that you say to yourself, all the negative comments that you might get from other people, and start creating new ones, new positive ones. And from these new positive comments, then you create new neural pathways in your brain. And that makes the new connection for your subconscious mind. And then build on them, and that will start generating the ripple effect of the behavior and your thinking and your feeling and your behavior, because it will start from the subconscious mind. Does that make sense? Rewire your brain by creating new positive pathways. So start thinking about things that you can say about yourself. So it's like that first bit there, self-awareness. Make a list of what you like about yourself. And when you've made that list, I want you to start telling yourself about it. Telling yourself, oh, I do have great hips, or I do have gorgeous eyes, or I'm not even sure where to go with this one. Whatever it is for you, I do have all the great things that you've got, even the great internal things that are not body related. Say them to yourself, Say them out loud, like they say affirmations. Say them to the mirror. Tell your friends if you want. Let them know you actually love this about yourself. Then be kind to yourself. And that's a part of being kind, is actually giving yourself those positive messages. Don't rely on others. Don't rely on the family. Don't rely on your friends. Don't rely on the culture. Don't rely on Instagram. Rely on yourself to be kind to yourself. What makes you feel good? If makes you feel good to going to the cinema, makes you feel good going for a spa day, makes you feel good going for a bath, even simple things like moisturizer. If skin's not great, what can you do about it? Look at what's practical things you can do. You can cleanse, tone, moisturizer, maybe eye creams, serums, whatever it is. Do something that's a routine, and that routine makes you feel good. It's not the effect of the actual creams. It's about the procedure of it, what you're doing, and you're stopping and taking care of you. So that's where it says self-care and self-love actions. Do things that make you feel good. Take a note, make a small list of things that make you feel good. It could be simple things, even if it's reading a book. What makes you feel good? Do them. Do more of them. And then lastly, I think you need to cleanse your environment. If social media is not any good for you, not good for your mind, not good for your mental health, your mental well-being, then maybe take a break from it. Take a small break or cut them out. Do what you need to do for you, because you're the most important person. You are the most important person. If you can't be in a great place yourself, with yourself, you won't be able to help others. Maybe cleanse your environment of negative friends. If they're not any good for you, possibly consider moving away from them. If they're making you feel worse about you, maybe they're not worth being around. Do they value you as an individual? Do they value you as a person? If they don't respect and value you, maybe they're not the ones that are right for you. I'm aware of time, but I'll try to speed it up a wee bit, okay? And spend time with people who make you feel good about you. So cleanse off the negativity and then inject the positive. And those people that are giving you the compliments, spend a wee bit more time with them, but also spend more time with just you, being you, writing a journal. Write stuff every day, that a gratitude journal. That's an amazing thing, and it's really good. Not just the simple things of saying, I'm grateful for a house or food on the table, alhamdulillah for body. We've actually got 2 arms, 2 legs. We can walk. The basic things that sometimes we take for granted. But actually, what are you grateful for? Maybe in a journal, just write every night 3 things you're grateful for, and try to make them different, of course. And that's where you're spending time with you, and you can make yourself feel better. As soon as a negative thought comes into your mind, rather than letting it spiral and adding to it, and this whole spiral goes round and round and round and round and deeper and deeper and deeper because you keep adding to it, figure out how to stop it. Take it like a scissor, just cut. Don't let it spiral down. Cut. Be aware of it. Cut. You can do that. I've taught many people in coaching and counselling and therapy to do these things. So just try. You can do it. Lastly, be in positive environment where you are accepted for who you are. Now you know what that is for you, because this is about you. You're all unique. Your positive environment might be completely different from what my positive environment is. But another thing is really great is being in nature. Being in nature, take your socks off with bare feet and walking on the ground, and really being grounded with nature and taking deep breaths, really slowing down and meditating, as they call it. But meditating could be even, you can do zikr, you can do your salah outside when the weather gets a bit better, or even as long as it's dry. But that is incredible feeling when you put your head down for sujood on the earth absolutely amazing. You're really connected with you. You're connected with your soul. You're connected with your purpose. What's your purpose on the earth here? What's your purpose of you? You as an individual. What is your purpose? And then you start feeling that strength and that energy through that ground coming right through your feet, into your legs, up, right over to your head and to your mind, especially when you put your head down. All of it's so connected, and it's an amazing, amazing experience. This is something you need to really do. Try it out. So this section is for question and answers. I'm not sure about time. Just now I know we're way over time because we started late, but we do have, I think it depends on what, 5 minutes. Okay, fabulous. Okay, 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes for question and answer section. So I've just put on the last slide. So please feel free to send your messages through with your questions. And but in the meantime, I have put on the screen here what the website is, so you can have a look at the different areas I work with, and the Facebook page. I think we've got the link with FOSIS anyway, and it's Ash Coaching, and then I've put my email, and I've just noticed there's a typo in it because I did it so quickly. So Virgin Media. I don't know if I can just change that just now while you're on there. Okay, how do you balance having body positivity and being healthy and fit? How do you balance body positivity? So I think you need to start from the beginning. Okay, one of the things would be, how do you feel about your body? So with yourself, we had sometimes you're 2, sometimes you're 6, right? So that, like, that's quite a big. It's like sometimes you're feeling not too bad and then you dip to quite low. What is it that making you do that? What's happening? So we get the signal of it. What is it, a trigger? Has somebody said something you've seen? Is it something something's happened and you feel like you drop down to 2? Okay, so when you get that core thing, then you work out from there. Being healthy and fit, I gather that would simply be, being healthy would be looking at the way you eat. Okay, being healthy is about your routine. So either too much sugar is not good for you, not just because of putting on weight and calories, also because it gives you that high. You get like the energy going straight up, and then straight away you're going to feel the slump of it. So that's not very good for mental health either, because you're feeling that drained after it as well. Fit, you need to see where you are in fitness. How fit are you right now? Do you work out? Do you exercise at all? Do you go walking? Do you go to the gym? Do you have a daily routine? Do you have a weekly routine? Do you do yoga? What do you do just now? So we have to really figure out where you are and then add on, because I don't do a generic message. And generically, you can find this anywhere. You can find it on Google or Instagrams. Being healthy is eat well, eat healthy, good salads, portion sizes, still have all your food groups of carbs, your veggies and your protein, and then being fit. Of course, being fit, then it's about exercising. So go out, and I would say, if you're going, don't make things as a task. When it's coming to fitness, do things that you enjoy. So do you like yoga? Go and do it. If you like running, go and do it. Or even a dance class. Have you been to dance classes? There was a dance class and it was called Clubbercise, and I accidentally went to it, and you had glow sticks and it was all dark, and oh my God, it was incredible. It was incredible because I didn't mean to go to it, but I had so much fun. It was so much fun. I didn't feel like I was exercising, and it was something I took on from that class as well, where I noticed that nobody cared how they looked because the lights were off. Nobody cared about somebody looking at them. Nobody even cared about if they were doing the moves right. if they were going the right direction or not. They end up, as long as they were moving and waving their arms and going to the music, they were having a great time. So they enjoyed it, and the people were coming back every week to that class. And that's what was helping them keep fit and feeling good about themselves. So you need to find things that you actually enjoy. Yes, we do become human nature, we become impatient for waiting for results. But this is where maybe we look at, what is the results? Are you looking for physical results? Are you looking for the results on the scales? Is that what you mean when waiting for results? Is it for how you feel in that pair of jeans? Because remember, your time of month changes how the jeans are going to feel if you're bloated. Also, if you're when you've eaten something, if you weigh yourself in the morning or you weigh yourself later, that might change the numbers on the scales. They're not really real results. So it depends what results you're actually meaning. I would suggest focus on the results of how you feel. How you feel. So when you go out for exercise class, if there's a friend you can get joining in with you to do something with you, or even netball, some sports, do something that you enjoy and you can have a laugh at. It feels fun, because when you do that, it doesn't even feel like you're not waiting for results. You're not there for a number on the scale, or fitting into by the next day or the next week, fitting into that pair of jeans. You're actually just enjoying yourself. And when you're enjoying yourself and endorphins are releasing, good serotonin levels in your body, then you're going to feel good about yourself, and that's going to bring your self-esteem right up. I started the gym, and after not seeing results for a month, I gave up. What were you doing at the gym? First of all, how often did you go? How was your eating when you were going to the gym? But actually, are you aware it's actually probably after the month that when you go to the gym that you'll start seeing the results? Because even though you need to know what results you're looking for, the results you might be looking for is you might be firmer, you might be more toned up, or you might be building a bit of muscle, and because you're building muscle, it's not going to change on the scales. There's lots of things when you need to see the results. There's not one magic answer here, but don't give up. That's where I'm getting here. If you don't see the results, you've got those expectations. So maybe take a step back of what your expectations are, what you're actually looking for. Don't give up on yourself. If you give up on yourself, how can we expect others not to give up on us? We can't give up on ourselves. It's like that body has been given to us by Allah. That's your amanat. We're here to look after it. And if a way to look after it is fitness and health, but the way you treat your body, of how you feel about it, I gather that's amanat as well. How we feel about what Allah's given us. I don't know, it's just something to think about. However, the thing of gym, fitness, healthy, they're all external again. They're actions you can take. But before you take those actions and have them going on continued, you have to go back another step. You need to go back. It's like motivation. When they say motivation, where is the motivation coming from? It's coming from the mind. It's coming from internal. So what will motivate you to go and look after your body? What will motivate you to be healthy? What will motivate you to sustain it? So one thing you're saying is results. But what if we change the results over for you? And I'm happy. I know this is very, like, as a webinar is different when we're with one-to-one, maybe do a consultation and look at what's going on for you, because it might be something completely different than what you think it is. And then doing a few sessions, whether it's the stress or the anxiety about the body image and self-esteem, if we just get that connection switched over from the right part, from the root cause, the rest will just fall into place. Then it's easy. And this is where we fail when we're looking for the external, when we're looking for the external results. We're looking for the external approval of others. That's all external. If we can sit down and look at ourselves and sit down and think about all the things we're grateful for, all our good points, all the wonderful things about us as a person, as an individual, that is our body image, and that's our self-esteem then. And that will give you what level you're at. And that level isn't determined by anyone else, it's determined by you. And only you can change it. Only you are in control of this. So if anybody's in a position, please seek help. Help isn't a bad thing. It's not, I know sometimes it's a taboo about going for therapy. If you need it, then get support. Go to someone and get it from the root cause, and then life will be easier for you. Okay, Jazakallah for that. I have just had a message come through, so if there isn't any other questions, I can tell you, I've been asked to give a small description of the coaching and how it works, so if you're okay with that. So what packages at the moment I do, so the areas I concentrate on, and you can have a look at the website for lots of areas I've worked with people. I mean, I've worked from children from the age of 10, to the last gent I was working for, he was probably in his 60s, but they're all in different areas. But anxiety relief therapy, I do that. That's over 2 weeks, and we clear the anxiety right from the root cause within that 2 weeks period. So it's a 2-hour session and another 2-hour session the week after. I have a life coaching program, which is a transformational life coaching program, which is on a 10-step program. And this 10 steps area covers everything. So like the things you're talking about just now, the physical things, the body image, the self-esteem, the eating, the emotional energy that you have there that you get drained with, the energy you feel physically. All these areas are all covered, and we look at where are you going in life. So the coaching is all about, it's not performance coaching, it's all about coaching about how you are about yourself. So it's all about self-awareness, and when you learn about yourself, then you can take the relevant steps. So I become the facilitator to take you through that route, take you to that path. And why the program's specialised is because I add in all the counselling, the NLP, the hypnotherapy. It's a bespoke service depending on the client that's in front of me. The client that's come to see, it's all designed around them. So I don't do a program that's one fit for all, because it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. The other thing I do is empowerment events. So recently I've had lots of empowerment events. I do monthly empowerment events. So it's called, that's for women, it's Women Empowerment Tribe Meetups, and it's on the last Thursday of every month. So the next one's the 25th of April, and it's at the Glenhill Hotel at 9:30 to 12. And that's for everybody. It's for any woman that's there, and we do self-development workshops within it. And it's a good networking element as well. You don't need to talk about your problems if you don't want to. If somebody wants to discuss things, we can look at it. But it's all about networking and being in that environment, that positive environment. That's what I've created, a safe place for people to feel comfortable to be who they are and learn how to be better with themselves, be empowered to be a better version of you. Okay, so that's the 3 areas I'm focused on, and obviously I do the one-to-one sessions too, but really the packages are the best thing. So you can contact me on any of these, the Facebook, you can follow the page, you can have a look at the website and email me. On the website there is a contact me page, and you can complete it of what area that you want to look for help, and we can do a 15-minute consultation free over the phone. And then we can arrange a meeting if you like. Is there any other questions before we close for today? And I want to say a big thank you to the team who've invited me along to do the webinar, as it was my very first webinar. I'd never done it before. Didn't even know how to work a webinar.
So right now, more than ever before in human history, we've found that people are feeling lonely. There's actually been studies on this, and the studies have shown that people are getting lonelier and lonelier, even with social media out there and everybody feeling like maybe they're more connected than ever on the internet. They're actually feeling more and more alone in the real world. And so you may be feeling lonely, you may be feeling disconnected, you may be feeling depressed, especially with what's going on right now in the world and all the turmoil and there's a lot of people who are scared and frightened and isolated. And so today I'm going to be talking about how to make yourself happy and enjoy your life and feel good about yourself and what you should be doing every single day, even if you're isolated and feeling lonely right now. Hi, my name's Matthew Coast, and welcome to Commitment Connection. So let's talk about the different things that you want to do. So if you're feeling isolated and you're feeling alone and you're at home, what's the best thing that you can do? The fastest way to change the way that you feel and what's going on in your body. Let's say you're depressed or you're angry or you're just feeling down for whatever reason. The fastest way to change that is to interrupt the emotional pattern that's going on in your body at the moment. And the quickest way to do that is to change your environment. So what happens is we get into patterns, and we get into a pattern of how we're sitting. We get into a pattern of the place that we are, the place that we're in can trigger kind of different types of emotions. And then we get stuck in that. And so a really quick way to change that is to change your environment. So go for a walk, go into a different room, just go and spend some time in different types of environments and just change up how your mind is relating and associating to the things around you. That is the fastest way to change how you're feeling in the moment. The second thing you want to do is change your physical position, change how you're standing. If you're sitting, stand up. Like I said, you can go for a walk or do something which will change your body position as well. You can start dancing and singing and doing things that are fun wherever it is that you are. You can do jumping jacks. Just change your actual physical position. Just get out there, stretch your body out, just open yourself up to the world and to your life and to everything. Dance around, move around, jump around, do whatever you can to kind of shake up that emotional pattern that you're stuck in. So that's the first thing that you want to do. The second thing that you want to do is you'll want to change your focus. So what most of the time, if you're feeling bad or something, it's because you're focusing on bad things. You're focusing on things that are wrong, that you don't want in your life. And so what you want to change is you want to start focusing on the things that you do want. Our minds are like a garden, and if you don't tend to this garden, weeds will end up growing. And if they grow for long enough, they'll end up taking over your garden, and you'll just have a garden full of weeds. And so if you want flowers to grow, if you want plants to grow, you have to plant them and then tend to them every single day. Our minds are actually designed for a time when it was important that we learned about what was going on that was wrong and that was dangerous and all that kind of stuff. And now that we have all of this media and information flying into our faces at our fingertips all the time, what we do is we still kind of get stuck and tunneled into what's wrong instead of what it is that we want. And so what's good in your life? Just ask yourself that question. Think about what's actually good in my life right now. What can I celebrate? What am I happy about? What could I celebrate if I really wanted to celebrate something? And what I think you'll find is that there's always something that you can be happy about. You can be happy that you have a heart that's breathing without you even telling it to. You can be happy that you have different senses that allow you to experience the world around you. You have the sense of touch. You have you have hearing. You can hear what's going on right now with what I'm talking about. You can see things. You can see friends. You can see people. You can see the world around you. You can taste things, right? And all of these things can be great if you think about how they work and how great they are. You can think about the great environment that you live in, the great world that you live in, a world where you can get any kind of information that you could ever want at your fingertips just by searching for it. And you can find just about anything you want out there. And it's pretty absolutely amazing right now. The other thing that you want to think about is, what do you want in your life? What do you want to create in your life? What do you want to experience in your life? With most of the women that I work with, they usually tell me that they want some kind of relationship, or they want to make money, or they want a business, or they want whatever. And in reality, what they're really searching for is a feeling, an emotion. So if I ask them, why do you want that? Usually it'll come down to something like, I want to feel loved. I want to feel cherished. I want to feel like I'm important to somebody. I want to be proud of who I am and what I've created in my life. And you can actually create those experiences if you want to. We'll get to that in a second here, though. But first, you just want to focus on what it is. What do you want in your life? What do you want more of? What do you want to create? What do you want to be a part of? How do you want to help? How do you want to live your life? If you could choose how you lived your life and you could design your life from scratch, how would you design it? And so that's what you want to focus on first, is what it is that you want and what is good in your life right now. The next thing that you want to do is change the way that you think. Habitually change the way that you think. Like I said, if you don't specifically think about things that you want, your mind will go to the things that you don't want, or what's wrong, or the problems of the world. And so you can do a lot of different things to change the way that you think. One of the things you can do is listen to inspirational music. Listen to things that inspire you, that make you feel good, that make you think about good things. You can listen to inspirational programs, or read inspirational books, or however it is that you like to consume content. Do more of that and spend more time getting in a habit of doing that every single day, even if it's for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Just spend a little bit of time every single day. Carve out a little bit of time to read and learn about something that inspires you, that makes you want to be bigger and better and greater in your life. Next, what you want to do is start putting pictures or images or symbols around you that lift you up and inspire you. So your environment that you're in actually determines a lot about how you feel. And if you put things around you that inspire you, that make you feel good, that are like your goals and the things that you're working on and the things that you want to create, you'll look at those even with your subconscious mind, and it'll make you feel more alive, more like you want to go after those things. It'll remind your subconscious mind what you're doing in your life and what you want to create. And so find different pictures and images that or symbols that make you feel alive and make you feel the things that you want to feel, that remind you of the things that you want to feel, and get rid of any kind of images or pictures or things that make you feel bad about yourself. Next thing that you want to do is shift your belief systems. And so I've talked a lot about this, especially in my program, The Forever Woman. And if you want to shift your belief systems, what you have to do is figure out, what do you want to believe, right? My suggestion is that you believe that you're somebody who's worthy, somebody who can have what it is that you want in your life, somebody who deserves what it is that you want in your life, somebody who's amazing, somebody who can create what it is that you want to create, who's worthy enough to receive the things in that you want to receive and you want to come to you in your life. And so these are really important things that you experience and that you do on a consistent basis. So you want to change the way that you think and your belief systems, and put things around you and inspirational music around you, and read and go through programs all the time so that you can change the way that your mind works on a daily basis. And if you do that every single day, you'll start to get in a habit of it. And if you start to get into a habit of it, you'll start to build momentum. And it's amazing how you can shift your entire life if you're depressed, right? So the next thing that I want to talk about is changing the way that you feel. This is the last one. If you really want to change your life, change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. Depression is really it's just recognizing what's wrong in your life, recognizing what's wrong in the world, and focusing on the things that are bad all the time, and then getting into a habit of doing that over and over and over again. For most people that have depression, that's the reason for it, is because they're constantly focusing on what's wrong, what's missing, what they don't have, what they should have, how the world should be, how politics should be, how life should be, how things aren't fair, and how much they've lost. And if you do that, if you're constantly focusing on those things, no wonder you're going to be sad all the time. And if you're sad all the time and you keep stacking those negative emotions on top of each other, next thing you know, and you do that on a daily basis, next thing you know, you're depressed. And then you're wondering why you're depressed. And then you're taking medicine for that. And it doesn't work any, because you might be changing your physiology a little bit, but you're not actually changing your focus and changing what you think and feel on a consistent basis. And so you need to change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. And what's the fastest way to change the way that you feel? It's to change what you're focusing on. So your focus determines your emotions. And so if you're focusing on something, you're going to feel something based on that emotion. Let's say that you're trying to lose weight, and you focus on the fact that you're too heavy, and that you're too big, and that people don't like you, and that men aren't attracted to you, and all those things. Of course you're going to be depressed. But if you're focusing on the fact that you're making progress, and that you're working towards your goals, and that even though you messed up one time, you're still moving forward, and you're focusing on that body that you want to have, and the way that you're going to feel once you experience having the body that you want to have, all of a sudden you'll start to feel a completely different way. And if you do that over and over and over again, you'll eventually start to get into a habit of feeling a certain way, and then it'll be easy. Right? The way that we feel is actually, it's like imagine a field. And in this field, there's like different trails that go into different directions. Well, some trails are really beaten down and they've been walked on over and over and over again. And it kind of creates this path, right? Maybe you've seen this in the real world, and there's like a field and there's a path that goes through it, and it's really beaten down and it's really easy to walk through. Well, if that path goes somewhere that you don't want to go, but it's really easy to go down that way, you might end up finding yourself walking down that path, even though you want to go in a different direction. And so what you have to do is start creating a new path, start creating a path towards the emotional experiences that you want to have on a consistent basis. And if you do that over and over and over again, eventually the old path will start growing grass and weeds and stuff, and making it more and more difficult to go in that direction. And the new direction that you want to go into, the direction of feeling good and experiencing great emotions, will start getting more and more beaten down, so that it becomes easier and easier and easier to walk through, until eventually it becomes like a street, because it's so beaten down. It's so easy to walk through, and you can just take anything through there if you need to. And so you want to spend time putting yourself into positive emotional states on a daily basis. Every single day you want to do this, because the more that you do it, especially if you're feeling bad, like I said, go through all the things that we're talking about. Specifically, interrupt the pattern, right? First, you want to interrupt the pattern, break things up, change your environment, change your physical positioning, whatever it is that you're doing, change what you're doing, and then start putting yourself into positive emotional states. And so here are some positive emotional states that you might want to get into. The first one is getting excited getting excited about your life, getting excited for what's coming, getting excited for everything that you've experienced and that you want to experience in your life, right? And just think about the things that you could get excited about. Even if you're not excited right now, what could you be excited about in your life? And just spend some time thinking about that. Spend some time visualizing yourself going through the process of getting to that point where you're experiencing the thing that you're excited about. And what you'll start to notice is that you don't need that thing that you thought that you needed in order to feel excited about yourself or excited about life. All you need is yourself, because those emotions, they don't come from the outside world. They don't come from the things that you think that are going to make you excited. They come from your heart. They come from inside. And you can make yourself feel that anytime you want to feel it. And all you have to do is think about the things that make you excited and just feel them and think about them and imagining yourself getting into them and having them and creating them. And that can make you excited in and of itself. Another thing that you want to feel is feeling your own love, right? Feeling the experience of love. And a really easy way to do this is to just think about a time when you felt loved. Just think about a time in your life where you felt loved and really get into that experience, that time when you were feeling so loved. And what you want to do is get a hold of that feeling that you had and remember that feeling and remember how you can make yourself feel that way anytime you want to feel that way. And then what you can do is you can say, you can start changing your questions up and start asking yourself things like, how can I experience more of the love that I already have for myself? And when you start thinking questions like that, all of a sudden what you'll do is you'll start coming up with answers. And your answers will start coming out. Oh, I can recognize the fact that I'm taking care of myself. I can recognize the fact that I'm focusing on programs or watching YouTube videos that really make me feel alive and inspired and better about myself. And that's really part of the love that I have for myself. And you can start connecting to that and start realizing that you have a lot of love inside of you already, and that you can experience that love anytime you want to. And the last thing that you really want to spend time feeling is the feeling of gratitude. So being grateful. And so a lot of times I'll talk to people and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm not, there's nothing to be grateful for. My life is horrible and everything sucks, right? And that's fine, right? What if you could be grateful? What's something that you could be grateful for? And we've already talked about some of the things, like the richness of life, right? The senses, all the different senses that you have, and whatever senses you do have, and your ability to connect with the world. It's what allows us to connect with the world and connect with each other and connect with food and with drink and with friends and with everything, right? Just the moment to moment basis that we have in our lives, connect to ourselves. And so what else can you be grateful for? You can be grateful for living in a time where you have all this amazing information at your fingertips. And a lot of times when I start talking about these things, sometimes women will start saying, oh yeah, but this is going on and but that's going on. And all that is your mind trying to hang on to what's wrong and what you don't want, because it's got that clear path, and you got to just stop yourself at that path and create the new path, right? Create a path that empowers you, that makes you feel alive, that makes you feel powerful, that makes you feel love, that makes you feel excitement, that makes you feel like you're happy on a daily basis. And you can do that. And I'm just, if you guys have any questions about this or situations or anything that's going on in your life, let me know in the chat and I will go over everything. I'll go over all the questions that you have here in a minute. So I want to go back over everything that we just talked about. So the first thing that you want to do, if you really want to be happy every day in your life, even when you're feeling isolated and lonely, what do? First thing you want to do is interrupt your pattern. So change your environment, go for a walk, get into a different room, just change things up, create something different around you. That way you're not kind of stuck in this static pattern. And then the second thing you want to do is change your physical position. So stretch, dance, do some jumping jacks, just get your body moving, get everything flowing and moving. You can work out or do something like that. That can completely change the way that you experience your life and change the pattern that you're in. And so the next thing you want to do is change your focus. Focus on what you want instead of what's wrong. Remember, our mind is like a garden. What is good in your life? What do you want in your life? Next is consistently change the way that you think. Listen to inspirational music. Listen to or read inspirational programs. You can watch inspirational programs too, like I've got. Put pictures, images, and symbols all around you that inspire you and lift you up. Shift your belief systems. Change the way that you feel. Remember, depression is actually a habit for most people, and you don't have to fall into that habit. Start asking yourself questions that make you focus on positive things and the things that you want. Spend your time in positive emotional states. You can create those positive emotional states anytime you want to. And if you create a habit of it and you do it every single day, next thing you know, you'll have a ritual and you'll constantly feel good and happy and like you're excited and that you love your life and that you're grateful to be here and to be around all this world that you're in and all the things that are going on in our world. So think of the things that are right, not the things that are wrong. All right, let's see if anybody has any questions in here. Bunny Bunday says, hi, cutie pie. Hey. Sue says, hi, how are you doing? From Sue. Hey, I'm doing great. Yep. Joanna says, change your state, change your life. That's right. Tony Robbins. That's right. Joanna says, love it when you talk NLP. Yeah, NLP is really fascinating stuff, and it really is powerful stuff. So it's very, very useful stuff. Maria says, I always be happy in my life. Well, good. Should always be happy in your life. That's awesome. Laura says, dancing always lifts my spirit. That's right. Go dancing. If you're feeling bad, just go dancing. Go dance. Go dance in life. Go get connected to things, right? Connect to yourself, connect to the world, connect to your spirituality, connect to God or whatever it is that you call kind of the universe or whatever the infinite power is in the world. Odin. Some people call it Odin, Thor. Joanna says the triad, focus, language, physiology equals meaning. Yep. That is some Tony Robbins stuff right there. Helena Hart says, great topic, Matt. Just wanted to throw Helena up there. Thanks for being here, Helena. So Jenny says, I want more of Christ. All right, we'll get more Christ then. So Aisha says, hi, Matt. I love your videos. I'm at a very complicated state with someone I like. He's sometimes very friendly, then suddenly he ignores me a lot. What does this mean? It could mean a whole bunch of different things. So it sounds like it depends on what's going on and how long you guys have been seeing each other. If you've been seeing each other for a while, it says, I'm a very with someone I like. Okay, so it sounds like you guys aren't even actually dating or anything like that. It sounds like he's a friend of yours and you like him a lot and you want something more, but he doesn't even necessarily know that you want something more. Well, I mean, most guys, if I were you, I'd assume that he's attracted to you. I mean, if he's very friendly and then ignores you, it's like he's not pursuing you. He's not moving forward with you. He's probably attracted to you, but he feels like there's something a little bit missing there, which is why he doesn't pursue you and go after you or try to get you on a date or something like that. And so you just want to be aware of that and realize that that's what's going on. And what you want is a guy who pursues you and chases you and asks you out on a date and values you enough that he's willing to do that and has enough confidence and self-worth in himself that he's willing to go and do that with you. And so here's my suggestion, though. My suggestion is that you make sure you're doing what I talk about in the Forever Woman program. If you don't have that, there should be a link above or below this video. You can go to theforeverwomanformula.com and pick up a free copy of that program there. and go through that and start doing what I talk about in there. And then some guy that you like but isn't pursuing you and ignores you, that's not going to be one of your highest priorities if you're doing all the things that you should be doing in there. And it's very possible that he might start getting a lot more interested in you if you're connecting with him in a different way. So right now, he may or may not be interested. You don't know. And he's not that interested enough that he's pursuing you. If you connect with him a different way, it's possible that he might start pursuing you more, right? If you start giving him clues, because it's also possible that he might not realize that you're really that interested in him. And so a lot of guys, they won't pursue something. They won't ask a girl out. They won't try to get you on a date or anything if you don't give him some kind of indication that you are interested in him, because he doesn't want to feel like an idiot. Here, I'm just going to throw her thing up on the screen here real quick so everybody saw what we're talking about. And yeah, so it's important that you use my system and do the things that you should be doing in that system, connecting with him in the right way, creating abundance of options and connection, and setting yourself up for success in the best way possible. So it could mean a bunch of different things, right? It could mean that he's not really that interested in you. It could mean that he's really interested in you, but he's not sure that you really like him. It might be that he's, just kind of walking around and trying to see what his options are, and he's trying to get some girl to chase him, but it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, what you need to be doing is using my system, and then it'll get a lot clearer after that. Julie Tree says, I think my depression stems from my childhood abuse growing up. And yes, I'm on medication. So does that make me bad, less of a person? No, it doesn't make you bad or less of a person if you're on medication. It just means that you're buying into the system, and the systems isn't designed to make you better. The system is designed to keep you hooked on the system. And so you're hooked on the system, and you're going to stay hooked on the system as long as you're on medication. And if I were you, I would change the way that I'm feeling so that I didn't need to be on medication. And you can do that, right? As long as there's not some kind of like actual chemical imbalance that's going on in your brain, right? I don't want to, I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you any kind of medical advice or anything like that. But what I would say is that unless you have some kind of like actual chemical imbalance going on in your brain, then what you're probably going to be doing is just setting yourself up to be hooked on this chemical dependence that you have and being stuck in that pattern over and over and over again. See, Julie Tree says, I'm happy most of the time, but I do have my down days. Yeah, I mean, and that's actually pretty normal. Most people experience stuff like that. So Lori says, Matt, I was sexually abused when I was 4 to the age of 7. Could that have anything to do with the fact that I try so hard to prove that I'm worthy of a man's love? Absolutely. And that's actually a really, really common thing is so depending on what happened to you early on in your life, depends on how you'll kind of interact with people and situations later on in your life. And so if you were abused sexually or physically or emotionally or something like that when you were younger, depending on what kind of meaning you created out of that depends on what ends up happening later on. So if you create meaning that says that you're only worth kind of these certain things because that's what somebody used you for, then what you might end up doing is trying to prove that you're worthy in other ways, and you just continue to try to prove. And you have to break that cycle. You have to break that pattern that you get into, and you have to change the way that you look at your life and change your story, change the way that you think about your story. And I'm not trying to say that any of that should be discounted or anything that you experienced should be discounted in any way. But what I am saying is that the way that you look at that event, because some people will look at that event and say, I'm broken, I'm destroyed, I'm not worthy, I'm, a victim to life. And other people will look at it and they'll say, you know what, this has given me a mission to create something bigger and better in the world. It's put me on a mission to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people, to create awareness around this problem that's happening in the world. It's created a challenge for me to get to a place where I'm not proving myself worthy anymore, and that I know that I love myself, and I know that I'm an awesome, amazing person, and that I'm going to create the life that I want. And so it really depends on the way that you look at it. And my suggestion is that you do whatever healing that you need to do around that, and you spend some time reshaping the way that you think about your life now. And you don't have to go back to that period. Some people will talk about healing work and they're like, oh, you have to go back and experience all the emotions and stuff at that time. You can do that. That is one way of doing it, but you don't have to. You absolutely never have to go back and revisit that again for the rest of your life if you don't want to. What you can do is change the way that you think about yourself, change your identity, change your story about who you are and what your life is about, and go and one of the things I talk about in the Forever Woman Gold Club program is this new program that I created. It's called the Gold Club. And if you join the Forever Woman, you can actually go and check that out. And the first video I have in there is something where I talk about this concept that I call identity hacking. And identity hacking is just looking at the way that you think about yourself right now. So if you think about yourself as, like I was saying before, if you think about yourself as broken, as not good enough, as disposable, as all these different things, right? That those things will define how you experience your life and how you interact with different people, especially men, and relationships in general. And so what you want to do is figure out who you are at your best. Who are you when you're living your best life? Right? What characteristics do you have? How do you act? How do you behave? How are you being when you're being your best? And I guarantee it's not, being a victim or getting all woe is me and all that kind of stuff. Again, not to like discount anything that's ever happened to anybody. But at the same time, who you are when you're living your best is for most people, they're inspired, they're confident, they're strong, they're going after their life, they're creating the things around them, they're responsible for who they are and the results that they create in their life. They're filled with love and enjoyment and happiness and excitement and all these things, right? And what you can do is you can figure out, okay, when I'm being that way, when I'm that person, who am I? Like, and name it. Actually create a name around that person, create an identity for that person, and then take on that identity. And whenever you're feeling sad or you're feeling down or you're feeling lonely, what you can do is you can say, am I being this person, right? And some people will say the goddess, right? Or the queen, or, powerful, or, sometimes they'll give it like an actual name, like Susan. Am I being Susan right now? Or am I being this other person that I don't like being? And so what you want to do is you want to get into that person that you're being at your best as much as you possibly can, and really integrate that inside of who you are, and try to get into that person on a daily, habitual basis. And eventually, like I said, what you'll do is you'll start creating a new path. And that new path will make you feel inspired and powerful and strong more of the time. I think I answered your question. Yes, I did. Okay, so Jerry says, right on. Life is so beautiful. It starts with you. Love you, Matthew. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate you being here. So Emmy says, facts. Whoa. Facts. That's what I say too. Facts. Julie Tree says, I'm grateful, not hateful. That's what I'm talking about. Be grateful, not hateful. Facebook user says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. I'm excited to be able to relax and read and draw and get back to my creative side. I am grateful to be alive and healthy and being able to continue and learn and grow. Thank you, Matthew. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Whoever you are, anonymous Facebook user. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There you go. Be grateful. Find the things that you're grateful for. And don't just talk about them, really feel them. Think about the people that are in your life, the things that are in your life, and really try to get into the experience of feeling like your life is blessed, like you have all of this abundance of resources and things that you want in your life. That's what I'm talking about. That's awesome. So thank you for sharing that, whoever that was. Lale says, I'm so down now. I've been depressed for decades. Yeah, well, do exactly what I talked about. Try it out, physically take action and do something different and see what happens when you do that. Joanna says, are you familiar with the Dickens process? Great for making changes. Yeah, I think the Dickens process, I have to go back to look at what exactly the Dickens process was. I think it has to do with going to because the Dickens is from that Christmas movie, right? Where he has the ghost of future past and the ghost of future present and the ghost of future. I don't whatever those three ghosts were, that's I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. And thinking about, I think it's about thinking about how your life would be or something if you you know what, I'm just going to butcher it, so I'll just stop right there, Joanna. I've heard about it. I don't think I've actually used it before, but it's a good thing to think about. So Well Kept says, am loving this, so positive attitude. I love this. Awesome. Tiffany said 3 hand sanitization protocol when you leave the house. Okay, then you'll be fine. Yeah. When you leave the house, make sure you sanitize your hands. That's true. You definitely want to sanitize your hands. Denise said, I like to go for a hike or get into a house project. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you're on here right now and you have ways of breaking your own pattern and getting yourself into positive emotional states, share it in the chat and I can talk about it, and then we can share all the ideas with everybody that's here. So thank you for mentioning that, Denise. Linda says, do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? I'm bringing him to Canada, but he has become cranky and cold. I'm trying my best to be a goddess, just hurts. Do I tell him that? And then, so you're bringing him to Canada. I'm not sure what you mean by you're bringing him to Canada. Maybe you guys have plans to meet in Canada or something like that. That's a really interesting photo, by the way, that you have on there right there. So do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? Yeah, if he starts going cold, you want to lean back. That's exactly what you want to do, is you just want to give him some space. Because what happens sometimes is, so guys, a lot of times they'll work on goals, right? Guys tend to be goal oriented and they have this focus. And so you give them this thing and it's already happening and you're like, okay, you're coming to Canada, right? And he's like, oh, I'm going to Canada, and then he's like, okay. And then it's like slotted, like he's going to Canada now. And so he might start working on a bunch of other things while he's getting ready to go to Canada, because he wants to get these things taken care of before he gets over to Canada. And so it could be that he's doing that. I mean, I don't know what your travel plans are and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, absolutely. You want to lean back anytime, right? This works, whether it's a new relationship, an old relationship, committed, friend with benefits, casual, any of that kind of stuff, any kind of relationship that you might be in. I don't know where the relationship is in relation to me, but wherever it is, what you want to do is, if he goes cold, you want to lean back, right? So lean back. So anytime, and I call this mirroring, and you do it anytime and it'll keep you out of trouble. If he's leaning forward, you can lean forward and you can kind of do anything you want. If he's got forward momentum and he's doing things with you and he's connecting with you and all that kind of stuff, then you can lean forward and connect with him and do all that kind of stuff. If he starts leaning back and getting cold and stuff, you want to lean back as well and just mirror his interest level in whatever it is that he's doing. And that way, when he's leaning back and he starts getting cold, he'll start thinking about you and being like, man, I want to talk to and hang out with her and, you know, have these conversations with her again. Whereas if he leans back and you start, you know, moving forward and trying to get all over him, he's going to feel smothered and like he can't miss you, right? He can't miss you if you're always there. He can't miss you if you're always there. That's it, right? I'm trying to keep my hands in the video here. He can't miss you if you're always there, right? That looks a little weird, so I'm not going to do that again. All right, so Janet says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. Yeah, I think you already said that one. But yeah, awesome. Get your house cleared out of things you don't need. Pam says gratitude list. That's right, gratitude list. That's what I'm talking about. So Denise said, this is a great topic for people to hear. I wish everyone was listening to you right now. Great job, Matthew. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It feels good to be doing a great job. So I appreciate you telling me that. I think everybody should be watching this too. Anonymous Facebook user says, thanks, Matthew. Your video is very inspiring. Well, I'm happy that this is inspiring to you. Tijana says, hello, Matt. I've been seeing this guy for about 2 years, and I feel like he want me. Then I feel like he is seeing others, and he doesn't make enough time for us, but he tells me I am all he wants. So there's a whole bunch of different things that could be going on here right now, Tijana. And you want to, one thing that I haven't heard is whether you guys are actually in a committed relationship. He might tell you that you're all that he wants, but if he's not pursuing a committed relationship, you guys have been seeing each other for 2 years, you know, are you trying to get married one day? It doesn't sound like he's kind of moving in that direction. Are you guys living together? Are you guys, still hanging out and hooking up? Like what's the situation here? And it sounds like there's a lot of weird things going on there with him and what's actually going on. And it concerns me a little bit. This concerns me, Tijana. I'm concerned. This is my concerned look. This is my concerned face. So whenever I have this face, you know that I'm concerned, and I'm concerned about your situation. So think about that. All right. Adrian says, hi, Matt. Great topic. Good to see you. Well, it's good to see you too. I'm glad you're here, Adrian. It's good to see you. I don't think we've talked in a while. So thanks for being here. Constance says, I take a solitary walk every day and listen to music to get in touch with my design. This is what I'm talking about. Constance, you are exactly what I'm talking about here. Thank you so much for bringing this up. This is exactly what I'm saying. And she's doing it. She's already doing it. I mean, how much better can you get than that? So CJ says, what about someone wanting attention or demands attention all the time, every day, and then gets upset when I don't respond to his messages on time or constantly nagging a bit, LDR? Yeah, I mean, what that usually says is that he's insecure and that he might have an anxious attachment. And so it's one of those things where you're going to have to get used to this, right? If this is something that he's doing now, he's going to be doing this forever. And so you got to realize that that's what's going on. And you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with forever or not, right? That's what it is. That, like a lot of women come and they're like, okay, this guy's doing this, what should I do? And it's like, he's going to be doing that forever. There's no way to stop him from doing that, right? He has to decide that he has to do some healing or some, worthiness stuff in order for him to feel like he doesn't need to, constantly get all of your attention. And if he does that, then he can be in a healthier spot and you can have more of a regular relationship with him. But if he doesn't do that, which he probably won't if he hasn't already and hasn't started doing already, then you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with all the time. And there are other issues that might end up coming up because he does that, and it's only going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better, which it probably won't. It'll probably just keep getting worse, because what you're going to end up doing is you're going to start pulling back and leaning back and being like, whoa, I need some space and all that kind of stuff. And if he's getting angry about that, it's just he's going to get more, he's going to lose more and more power in the relationship, and you're just going to gain it and gain it and gain it. And he's going to think you're the most amazing woman in the world. And then he's going to start getting spiteful because he's insecure and he's not confident in himself. And then next thing you know, he's going to be blaming you for things, and he's going to be angry and stuff. And so if I were you, I'd probably get out of that situation and get into a healthier situation with somebody who's got a better attachment style and who has more confidence and security in himself, because that's not going away anytime soon. So Denise said, yes, music is the best. Always helps to uplift my spirits. Music and cooking, or sometimes a fire and candles, or a good movie. Awesome. That's awesome. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that kind of stuff. So Aisha says, thank you, Matt, so much for your great advice. It gives me a step to think that I'm worthy and not to overthink him. You're such an inspiration. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So a Facebook user, anonymous Facebook user, says, exactly, whatever might have happened in your childhood, you do not have to continue living as a victim for the rest of your life. Exactly. That's exactly right. Irene says, if he is an introvert and loves his solitude, should I let him initiate the text all the time? Well, you should. So first off, what you should do is go get the Forever Woman program. I cover this topic in depth in there, as well as a lot of other topics. And it's not one of those things where he should be texting and initiating the text all the time. It's not all the time ever, right? You don't ever want to be in a situation where he's just doing everything and you're doing nothing. You want to be contributing to the situation as well. You always want to be contributing to the situation, and you want to make sure that he knows that you're interested in him continuing to contribute into the situation. And, for the most part, what you want to get to is somewhere where there's him initiating contact most of the time. And so sometimes it might be kind of an 80-20 thing. It might be a 70-30 thing. What you don't want to do is go past the 50% mark, where you're initiating contact more than he is. Because once you start getting into that realm, what ends up happening is that you start feeling like you're doing everything. He starts leaning back and doing nothing. And then next thing you know, you're in a situation where where you don't even know if he's interested in you anymore, because he's just leaning back, letting it happen, and you're doing everything. And then you stop doing stuff, and you'll need to find out what's going on. So no, you don't need to not ever initiate contact. You can totally initiate contact as long as he's been pursuing you and he's been initiating contact some of the time, most of the time, a lot of the time. If he's been doing that, then yeah, you can reach out to him and say hi and what's up and how you doing, all that kind of stuff. Is he planning dates? You can reach out. It's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal as long as he is moving forward. He's chasing you. He's pursuing you. He's investing in you. If he's doing those things, it's totally okay if you reach out to him and say hi or whatever, right? It's not a big deal. He doesn't have to initiate all the time. Great question, Irene. Thanks for asking it. So Lori says, thanks, Matt. You helped me a lot. I'm going to work on what you told me. Good. That's what I like to hear. Facebook user says, true. Creating a path is the right way to move on with your life. That's right. Create a path. Make it strong. Make it a path that you always want to go down. Going down. Uh-oh, I'm singing now. I'm singing, guys. I'm singing. All right, what do we got? B. Randy says, I'm about to turn 42, and you're talking about changing about 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse. Yep. It's so daunting to change my thinking. I seem to always get triggered to the dark place. Yeah, and it's one of those things, like if you need help, you should get help, right? if it's really difficult for you, you can get help, and it doesn't have to be like therapy or psychiatrists and stuff like that. There's a lot of programs out there. I think Joanna was talking about Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has some great programs out there that can help you kind of reshape the way that you look at yourself. I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. I go to lots of his events all the time. I love his work. He's great guy. And so, yeah, absolutely. You can, it can be really difficult, especially when you have 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse behind you. It can be very, very difficult, and you might need some serious kind of work and some serious leverage to pull yourself out of that and get into a better spot. But you can do it. You can absolutely do it. Anytime they say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you can absolutely teach an old dog new tricks if you get enough leverage. I'm not saying that you're an old dog. Not saying that at all, right? All I'm saying is that you can change. If an old dog can change, you can change, you know. Amazing, young, spry, you know, got a lot of pep in your step woman like you can definitely change if an old dog can change, right? Am I getting myself into hotter water here? I get myself into hotter water. Okay, I'll just shut up now and move on. Okay, Yolanda says, hi, Matthew. How are you? I'm doing amazing. Thanks for asking. I am fantastic. Thanks. Denise says, I want to find a guy like you. You are awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So Irene says, what should I do to stop guilt trip him again? To stop guilt trip him again? I don't know. What do you do? Are you guilt tripping him, Irene? Well, just stop doing that. Why are you guilt tripping him? You just replace it with better language and creating a better connection. Get my program, The Forever Woman, theforeverwomanformula.com. Go pick up the program and learn how to talk to a guy in a way that makes him want to connect with you more instead of feeling like he's being guilt tripped. Absolutely. Vivian says, hey, Matthew, Durban, South Africa, you are amazing. I'm loving the social isolation. It's a real gift, but thank you for all that you share, all that you share. Uh-oh, got me singing again. Got me singing, Vivian. Stop it. Stop doing that. Don't want me singing on camera here. Am I crazy? Does anybody think I'm crazy? All right. So Janine says past, present, and future. That's right. Tiffany said, girl, you can't bring him to Canada now. They just closed our border yesterday. Yep. Oh, sponsorship. Somebody's doing a sponsorship. Okay. So Janine says from San Francisco, has been working on her amazing home. Awesome. Marriage. Oh, you get married, Linda. That's awesome. So Pam says, found that my passion for riding motorcycles has made me extremely happy. Yeah, riding motorcycles is awesome. I love riding. It's one of my favorite things. What kind of bike do you have there, Pam? What kind of bike do you got? Yolanda says, hi, I want to know you more. He, 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 he. Well, watch my videos. You'll get to know all about me. Well, Kep says, I start by loving myself, being grateful. I feel good at giving as it gives me more gratitude. That's like a amazing G's in that sentence. So you're really good at putting G's in a sentence. I feel good giving as it gives me more gratitude. Wow, really, I don't know if I could put that many G's in one sentence. I go for yoga, horse riding, make my favorite meal, and other times I will put clean linen in my bed and cover myself and sleep and wake up feeling super relaxed and happy. That's awesome. Do that. Yeah, I mean, whatever works for you is really what you want to do. CJ says, like he's smothering me every day when I want to take a break. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Megan says, really enjoying the long distance make him miss you video, Matt. Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And if anybody is in a long distance situation right now and they need to get some help, I have a program. It's called Long Distance Allure. You can get it at my website. I didn't put the link on here, but maybe I'll put it on later. But you can check it out. It's called Long Distance Allure. Go to my website and go to my programs, and you will see it as one of the first programs. Just came out with it recently. It's a great program. You can, if you're like, hey, I'm struggling with this long distance relationship thing, I give you exactly what you need to be doing in a long distance relationship to make sure that not only do things work, but that he craves you and that he misses you and that he can't wait to see you again. Molly says, are you single? The answer is no, I'm not. I'm taken. I'm in a relationship. I'm not available to anybody. I'm not available. All right. Okay, so Pam says, how do you tell your guy what you want and need without sounding needy? Well, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that, actually. One is to have a real conversation about it. Have you ever heard of the love languages? I actually talk about this in my long distance relationship program. It's called Long Distance Allure, again, if you're interested. And basically, one of the conversations that you can have is a conversation. So one of the things that you want to do is do the love languages thing and find out what your love language is, find out what his love language is, all that kind of stuff. It's a great book, 5 Love Languages. Don't remember the guy's name at the moment, but it's a great book. Next thing you want to do is you want to find out exactly what makes him feel loved, right? What makes him feel like, he is feeling loved, or what he appreciates, what he likes. And you can just ask him that. And usually guys might be like, oh, and if he's like, oh, I'm not really sure, what you can do is you can tell him, you can go first and just talk about what it is that makes you feel loved. And then you will be telling him, and you'll let him know, right? But you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that. Unfortunately, you can't, right? Because guys, what happens when you tell them things that are important? They go in one ear and out the other, right? This is what happens with a lot of guys because they're, I don't know why. It's just something that happens. I'm really bad with birthdays. So if you have a birthday coming up, you got to put it in my calendar if you want me to remember it. I'm sorry. It's just really difficult. I've been trying to remember my brother's birthday for years. Every year I call him like 2 days afterwards and I'm like, hey bro, was it your birthday already? He's just like, dude, I hate you right now. Just like, dude, I love you, man. I love you. So we have that strong bro love going on. But so what you want to do, the next thing that you want to do, sorry, I was getting off track there. The next thing that you want to do is you want to start framing it. And I talk all about this in my Love Frames Toolkit if you're interested in that. And basically what you do is you start talking about what it is that you like in terms of it being attractive or unattractive, right? So if there's something that you like him doing and he does it, then you want to give him a positive association, right? So we associate with different things, right? It's called neurological emotional anchoring. And what you want to do is you want to anchor in to his mind things that you think that you want him to do as attractive and making him feel more attractive, because everybody wants to feel attractive. I want to feel attractive. I worked really hard on my hair before I did this video here, right? See my hair? It's great, right? This is long, hard work on this hair right here. So we all want to feel attractive. And if you want him, and so what you want to do is you just want to, if he does something that you like, you say that you find it attractive, right? You think it's hot, like, oh, it was so hot when you did that. It was so attractive when you did that. It was so sexy when you did that, right? Or what you can do is you can just talk about it in terms of different things that you like, I love it when you do this. I love it when you do that. I think it's, it's just, that other day when you did that one thing, like that was so hot. Like it just, I don't know. It just turned me on so much when you were doing that. It was such a man thing. It was so cool, and basically what you're doing is you're teaching him what it is that you want him to do. And so you just do that over and over and over again for different things. And eventually he'll start associating it, right? Because he'll be like, oh, she thinks that's hot. You know, she's getting turned on. Oh, I love that, right? And I want her to be more turned on more often. And so he will start getting excited, right? That hits his emotions when you tell him that. You're like, oh, that was hot. And he's like, whoa, she thinks that was hot, right? And so next thing you know, he's thinking about it in that way. And so you just do that over and over and over again. Or you can have that conversation where you talk about those things. There are other ways to do it as well. I talk about it in some of my programs. But okay, so we're in a world right now where there's this world of like the hookup culture, and most women who come to me, they want to attract a man who loves them and sees them and absolutely cherishes them into a committed, lasting relationship. But they have a big problem where guys just keep pulling away and disappearing. They, get cold. They, kind of pull away from them and stuff. And for a lot of women, this makes them feel confused and doubt themselves, doubt their own value, doubt their self-worth. Many of them feel like they just want to give up. If you're having a hard time with men and dating, it's really not your fault, right? Right now, we live in a culture that encourages superficial relationships and discourages anything meaningful. And I believe that there's a better way for men and women to get into and stay in relationships that last. And that's why I put together a proven path that will help you get into the relationship that you want to have. And if you're in a relationship and you want to change things around, this will help you do that as well. It's called the Forever Woman. And, there's a 3-step plan to it, really. There's 3 steps to it. The first one is, believe in your own value. Maybe I should start with this one. The first one is that you believe in your own value. The second one is that you position yourself in value. And the third one is that you communicate your own value. And so if you're interested in getting my program, you can get it for free. It's helped a ton of women change their situations. Many of them have used it to get married, get into great relationships, to turn their relationships around, to turn their marriages around. And so there should be a link above or below this video where you can go and check that out. If not, go to theforeverwomanformula.com and watch the video on the next page and then sign up for the program for free. And if you get it, you'll attract a man who really loves you and cherishes you. He'll pursue you for a committed, lasting relationship. You'll do less work and feel more appreciated and valued by your man. If you don't do it, you'll just continue to get whatever results you've been getting. You'll end up staying stuck in your problems and whatever your challenges are with men. And you'll feel like you're doing everything in a relationship only to be taken for granted, have a guy pull away and eventually disappear on you. And you'll wonder if you'll ever get into the relationship that you want to get into. And I don't want that for you. I want you to feel valued. I want you to recognize the amazing woman that's inside of you, the goddess, the queen, the woman that deserves all the great things that she wants in her life. And you can have that. All you need to do is change the way that you think, position yourself in value, and start communicating in a way that makes sense with men. So thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate everyone being here. I'm so grateful that you would have me and allow me to be a part of your journey to attracting and getting into the relationship that you've always wanted to have. So thank you so much for all of your encouragement. Thank you, women who are in our community. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you being a part of these live streams. I appreciate everything that you're here with me right now and being a part of this. And I will speak with you again.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. Dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shake. I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Fearless. I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it all. You got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight
they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying. I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
Yeah, straight out of the 949. OC. Yeah, yeah, you can't stop this show. It's fucking chronic, yo. It's fucking toxic like an alcoholic logic flow. It's catastrophic like a psychotic erotic code. Cause even though I wanna quit her, man, she kinda dope. I gotta go. I never slow down, everybody knows now. We the best to throw down, parties in the SoCal. We getting so loud, party with the whole crowd. Kick the haters all out, taking away all now. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Stereo, I got a fucking plan and you know that I'ma make it. Oh, I'm the fucking man when I'm sitting in the studio. Feeling hella slammed cause I'm sucking down these fluids, yo. I'm about to throw down, I never slow down. From the bottom to the top, I fucking grow now. Chris Bryant in this bitch, I'm fucking pro now. Hitting home runs at every single show now. Let's go. I got a couple shots in my system of that whiskey. I'm the best in fucking town in this motherfucking city. Everybody knows me now cause I'm staying hella busy. Got the ladies all around thinking that I'm hella filthy cause I'm guilty, yo. You gon' hear me on the radio. I could give a fuck, but you can't deny this audio. I'm honest, yo, the opposite of dropping dough. Saving up, I'm stopping, no. I'm rocking on this domino and push it till they falling. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I never let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself, I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Yeah, let's go. Always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session, if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. Got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes, and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me.
maybe I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching, finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, knock, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Pop it, spitting hot shit. I'm dropping, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, matter of fact, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the map, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off his back. While I rap, not the step, going down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than most brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, not a lie. I don't try, I defy. Get the time that I'm right, yeah. Like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, living for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depth when it happens. Factions take action. Drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status. Facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction. Avoid the distractions. I'm snapping. No captions. Attracting reactions. Adapting. Attacking. Commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits. I don't fucking ask it. I just fucking grab it. I am never static. Massively active. Expanding. Backslid. Planning to have it. So I will go capture it. And I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it. Put them on blast it. They will never last it. Don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic. This shit is democratic. They phone effects. Yeah, bitch.
trouble with love is. What the trouble with love is. Trouble with
All right, hey guys. So I've been asked a lot of questions about this journal, and I know we've at this point shown it briefly before and we've talked about it, but I haven't shown you how I actually do a page and what my process is, which I'm going to now. This is my color inspiration journal, and the last time I talked about it, I shared the pages that were in here that I'd found in some art and other magazines, and then this is the one that started it. I was inspired by this image, the color and composition of this image, to create sort of an color mood board, if you will, an inspiration dashboard of the original image that inspired it, and then the colors of paint that I was able to grab from the image. This stamp here at the bottom, which is a mixture of all of these colors, along with notations about where the image came from and the different paint brands and their colors that I used. Although this is done in acrylic, you could definitely use this as just a color inspiration landing point to find out or mix these colors in your watercolor palette, your gouache palette, whatever medium you're using. You could, go find your olive green pen and still be inspired by the same page. And it is funny, I get asked about this all the time. So this is literally the leftover paint from doing the swatches, and then I dip this piece of cardboard in it. This is actually my second piece because I wore out the first one. And this is all that's left of the first one. So it's just a piece of cardboard packaging that I then dip in the paint and get well coated with the paint and then stamp. So I can see what the colors look like mixed together besides just swatches this way. So we are going to work on a page. It started out with these magazine images, and then I realized in the last video where I talked about this that I had all these other inspiration notebooks I showed in another video. I'll try to figure out which video it is and link it in the description below in case you haven't seen it. Anyway, I talked in that video about maybe taking those notebooks apart because I really like this format better, and those notebooks were very old and past it. I did that except for the people one, because the people one, that notebook I'll keep adding to. It's a good reference book, personal reference book for me when I am doing something with the human form or faces in it. I collect images out of magazines and I paste them in the people book, and that way I have a good reference for positions of head and facial features and body and hands and feet and all that sort of stuff. So the people one I kept. Everything else got taken apart. I took the images that I loved from those books and I put them in here, starting here. And I put them in groupings I usually start out being inspired by one photo, and sometimes, like in the beginning, it's still going to just be one photo, but sometimes it's going to be a collection of photos that I think play well together, and together give me interesting inspiration for composition and shape and movement as well as color. So these are the new ones that I've been doing. And a lot of these images I've had a long time. If it says random magazine photos, it's because I've had it so long I don't remember where it came from. Some like this one I took, I don't remember exactly where I took, but I took. And so I love this one. I love this one. And a lot of them are very much departures for me in color because I'm used to traditionally doing something that's more like this. So this color palette, that would be a challenge for me, but that's why I like doing this, because I can flip to this with intention and, okay, just be inspired by these pages to create an interesting work of art. These images with these movements and the shapes and the textures in the images, as well as the color palette inspired by these images. So that's what this is all about. So now we have this new page and I've got this new collection of images that I think I want to see if we can work together on one page. So the first thing we're going to do is grab some glue, because that's important. Okay, which I didn't grab. So these are a collection of images. So they're all from, I think, a House Beautiful magazine that I picked up at the library. And I found this one first. And there was just something about the colors in this picture and the textures in this pic. Did I say picture? Picture. Colors in this picture and the textures in this picture that I was very attracted to. Then I found this one, which goes, I don't know which way, but it's like a piece of a photo, like the corner of some architecture. And there was something about the colors and texture in that distressed stone or wood or whatever that is. And then I found this one, this just gigantic bright pop of yellow. So I think that I want to use all of these. So what I want to do first is find out the important parts of this one for me to add to our book. I do also like the size of this because if I am traveling, say for instance, or teaching, this is a good size to take with me. Those other ones were a little big. So, but the space is limited, so I want to find out which parts of the photo for me are important. I do think this dish, not necessarily the hands, but the dish is important. I usually don't think about it this much, to be really honest with you. Grab some bigger scissors. And I'm going to whack off a piece. I don't usually bother getting the paper trimmer out at all. And then I'm gonna trim this one. And then this is just really, yes, the shapes are interesting and the fact that they're all yellow. Mostly it's just about the color. That doesn't mean I want to lose the shapes. So I think when I trim this one, I want to keep some of the shapes by doing this. Because I think those shapes are inspiring. And I think I want to do something like that. Now, if the little bits are interesting enough, I will save them to do collage work with, or paperclip art or something like that, a tag. So I do generally set them aside at least for a little bit. But this, I like this. So my only question is, do I want these other, I don't really think I need them. Do I? I really like this bit. Yeah, like that. All right, so now we're gonna get to gluing. So you can use glue stick, you can use Elmer's glue, tacky glue, whatever you have. Nothing fancy. Just glue your images down. In the old journals, they were taped in with Scotch tape, so I mean, you could do that too. Scotch tape, washi tape. If you're gonna do washi tape or decorative tape, try to pick tapes from your collection that add to the color and inspiration of the images and the movement in the images, the texture in the images. Don't just add like hot pink washi tape to this. I don't think that will work very well. Okay. And then put this one. I love this yellow, which is so funny because I'm not normally that big a yellow or orange fan. But when you're painting, it is a must-have color. When you're painting, you must have yellow and or orange. It just gives a nice pop. Okay. I do wish I knew which House Beautiful magazine this is from, and I might actually still have it in the garbage can, so I might need to go take a look to notate the month. I do try to write it down. In fact, one of the pages, there's a print of a piece of artwork from one of my teachers, Pauline Agnew. And it was part of a class I took with her, and I took a piece of it and put it in here. I really am inspired by her work and the colors in that piece. Okay, so that's all well and good in there. I'm gonna take these and put them over there. Let's find out what issue of that magazine that was. Right, it was still in the garbage can. Holy cow. So it was House Beautiful, November 2017. So then just make a note, right? And if it's a picture of a painting, let's see, this one. This was from Southwest Art Magazine, May 2019. The artist's name is Andrew Denman, and it's called Stacked Bluebirds, I believe. So always make note, give credit where credit is due. All right, so we've got that now. We need to do our paint. So I was inspired by these collection of images to pull some certain colors. So I pulled a white, a buff, a gray. I pulled a fuchsia, a red, a yellow. This one's called Coffee Latte. This one's called Light Cinnamon, and this is a dark Payne's Gray. So we're gonna swatch all these on this adjacent page now. So what I do is put my palette over and start lightest to darkest, and put out just a small drop of paint, and then take the bottle and I'm going to put it in front of me with the color name facing me. If you're going to do this with watercolor paints, you probably want to, this is a Moleskine Cahiers. I like this journal. I like the paper for this kind of thing. I like the weight of the paper is interesting for mixed media, but if you're going to do this kind of thing with it, you probably want to use, with watercolor, you probably want to use watercolor paper. It's a coffee latte color. And we'll go with the yellow. Which doesn't want to come out, there we go. And then the red. Remember what I said, lightest to darkest, right? And then the fuchsia. Is that fuchsia? Oh, sorry, magenta. Yeah, fuchsia. I thought these two reds very much would be inspired by the flower petals here in the image and the color of the beets and the beet stems in the background. I'm pretty sure that's what those are, they're beets. which I'm not a big fan of in real life. I don't really like beets, but makes an interesting image. And then the Payne's Gray, which is a dark blue gray. More interesting than black. Okay, I'm getting a small flat brush and start with the white and paint some swatches. And I'm going to take my small pad of Muji newsprint paper here and wipe my brush off in between colors on the pad. Hopefully, as I'm putting the swatches on the paper, you can see by looking from the swatches to the images and see where I was inspired to pull that particular color. Look at that yellow. That is DecoArt Americana Cadmium Yellow, just FYI. Okay, now we are going to write our color brand and name down. Now in the front of the book, I made some notations about what my different abbreviations for the brands mean, what brand that actually is. Like when I write media, what is that? It's Dina Wakley Media Paint, okay? So you can make yourself a little key in the front if you use abbreviations like that. This doesn't have to be neat. It doesn't have to be, you know, typed or anything. Nobody's really gonna see this except you. This is for you. So just use your own handwriting. If it's messy, it's messy. If you spell something wrong, you spell something wrong. I think every time I write Payne's Gray, I spell it a different way. So yeah, just FYI. I know I misspell it, and my misspellings are not consistent. Spelling is not my strong suit. It's G-R-E-Y. I keep spelling it G-R-A-Y. All right, then I'm not quite done yet. Where's our piece of cardboard? So I take my piece of cardboard and whatever paint is left over on the palette, and I find a spot. Sometimes it's this side, usually it's over here somewhere. Usually at the bottom, sometimes at the top. Push, 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 push. There we go. So then I can take this and put this over here, and then leftover paint. And now I have so many of these little pieces of paper. It's crazy how many. I'll have to send some to the design team or something. Maybe bundle some with some other stuff in Etsy and see if you guys want like a $5 hand-painted embellishment pack or something. But you see the interesting like paper that you can make. I do a fair bit of pushing on the piece of cardboard, which is why they don't last forever, but I do have a bin full of these from moving last year and buying furniture, so. Okay, and then on the last one, what I do, because I really don't want to waste paint, is I do this and then rub. And you get that. So then you just clean it off what's left here with a baby wipe, which I'm always sad to do because I always get something that's interesting. So when you are going through your magazines and your materials looking for collage items, if you see a picture you find interesting, and maybe it's something that you know, I'll never use that in a collage, but wow, that's an interesting image. I love the colors of that. That's one that you should pull and cut out and save and put in a color inspiration journal. So that's all done, and we're left with a few pieces of hand-painted collage papers, sorry. and a new page in our Collage Inspiration Journal. So I hope it gives you some ideas of what you can do to build your own personalized reference library, which is really what this is all about. Something that will aid you in your creative endeavors and give you inspiration, especially when you get stuck and maybe you have all these reds and yellows and maybe some of the browns, but you're like stuck as to what else you can put with it. Maybe you didn't think of the gray and the buff and the Payne's gray, or maybe you had everything but the yellow, and then you're like, wow, yellow, that's what I need yellow. So this is just, to give you some kind of an idea or inspiration for your artwork. I hope it helps. I know it helps me. I've already been using it and it's not even finished yet. So that's it for today. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you will. If you want to follow me on social media and see what pages I come up with every day as I add to this journal, or whenever, now, it won't be every day now because now I'm out of images, but when I add more images, if you'd like to see what I'm up to or see whatever other creative endeavors that come up to every day, you can follow me on social media and find all those links and the links on where you can support me and the free content here on YouTube and over in the art groups and Facebook by clicking on the Linktree list of links in the description below. My Happy Mail address is down there, the Linktree list of links is down there, and a bunch of other stuff, so check it out. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and above all, go out and have a great day. Do something nice for yourself because you deserve it, and I'll see you later. Bye, guys.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, Karen. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
And we're excited today to talk about leadership. And I know it's something that Johnny and I hear a lot of questions around, especially with our clients who are now moving into leadership roles in their career. And it's one of those areas where there isn't training in school. Of course, a lot of times we get placed in these leadership roles without a clear understanding or even witnessed good leadership, right? So oftentimes we have bad bosses, we have mentors who maybe don't have strong leadership skills, and now we're in a role where we have to lead people. So we're going to unpack the science of great leadership today, and I'd love to just kick this off to hear a little bit of how you got involved in leadership training and what leadership really means to you.
My story into leadership development is kind of an interesting one. So my doctorate's in marriage and families. I'm actually a registered therapist. I still practice 1 day a week. People actually often ask me if I still practice, but I do. For a lot of reasons, I still do. One of them is that I just love it. But I started my work 25 years ago. I was in my early 20s, and I was asked by a local doctor to set up a practice within his medical center. And because I was so young, I was 22 at the time, and I had all these teenagers as my clients. And I learned very quickly that a lot of therapists don't like working with teenagers. It's a niche market. They're very particular. And I love young people. I love their curiosity and their passion. And because also my focus was very solution focused, I love to address what's the problem, let's try to fix this head on. And so people saw results really quickly. And so the word got out, 200 doctors started sending me their patients, and my practice literally exploded. And so in Canada, I became quite well known as being a teen expert or a millennial expert. And I started doing speaking tours across the country, and companies would sponsor my work. And it was all super fun. And I did television. I was telling Johnny I had a music talk show, worked with all the record labels. It was a psychology music talk show, and it was all around kind of teenagers and millennials. And so I did that for the first 10 years. And then it was really interesting when millennials hit the workforce. I started getting calls from companies, and it was the companies that were sponsoring my work. So the Pepsis and the Microsofts and the eHarmonies, and so these companies that I was working with, I started getting calls from those CEOs and the senior leaders saying, Karen, your doctorate's in systems, family systems. Could you apply what you know from family systems into the workplace? Because we're now hiring millennials and we don't understand them. We don't know how they need to be managed. Managers are having a major retention problem. So I thought, why not? I love people, so I'll just kind of transfer that knowledge. And I found it was actually pretty easy. I mean, people are people, right? So I started working with companies of all sizes, a lot of family businesses, Fortune 500 companies, on really helping their managers manage millennials. And as I dove into that work, it became crystal clear that there were certain managers that were crushing it and some managers that were doing a terrible job. And when I looked very deeply at it, it was basically emotional intelligence. So the managers that were doing a great job and had these great engaged teams, they had high emotional intelligence. And those managers who didn't have it, they had, people were quitting, without warnings. Like, where's Johnny? I don't know where Johnny is. Johnny's like not showing up today. No offense to Johnny. That's a terrible name that now that I realize that Johnny's on this call. But, if I've got, so it's this kind of this whole sense around, if managers don't have leadership emotional intelligence, they're going to have major problems. So that's where my niche and focus really ended up. And I became excited about the topic because leadership, emotional intelligence are skills people can learn. It's not taught in business school. And yet it is literally the number one predictor of around engagement and retention is the leadership EQ score of a manager. And so that's where I landed. And so wrote a book called The Three Chairs. It came out last year that hit number 2 on the Wall Street Journal, and then just did a TED Talk about it as well. But I'm passionate about it because when people learn about leadership emotional intelligence, it benefits every part of their life. It benefits their team, it benefits the company, it benefits the profit, and it also benefits their personal life and their relationship, marriage, and kids as well. So it's been just an amazing journey and so much fun.
I think in that story lies part of why emotional intelligence is so important and why some people had developed it and flourished in that role, and those who didn't kind of petered out and exhausted themselves, which is while rising through the ranks to get to a leadership position, you start to feel very confident in how you got there. So you have a fixed mindset of what allowed you to get there. And so this is how you're going to rule over your team, and you're going to expect the same to them. But people are different, and there's different motivations. And now the most important part is, while dealing with millennials, you're dealing with a generation gap that technology divided further. And so those motivations are completely different. If you have the emotional intelligence to understand you're not leading a group of people like yourself, you are leading a group of people, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, different ideas, different growing up in different environments. So that emotional intelligence is going to allow you to speak to each one individually to find out what it is that is going to motivate them, rather than here's how I got here, and I expect the same from you guys, and you're going to need to follow the lead.
No, you're absolutely right. And that's kind of why, we need the education. People often ask me around kind of the focus around education. Like, we still need education. The education's still going to kind of get us in the door. But what we find is the best predictor really for around when people are getting promoted, it's no longer those technical skills, it's those EQ skills. Because you can know, like, we do a lot of work with engineers, accountants, law firms, professional groups, people that are super bright. You can have very, very high IQ and very low EQ. It actually uses different parts of the brain. People think it's not correlated. So that's why, it's fascinating. So you can have this incredible sense of skill in this one part of your life. You get into the workforce, you get into your job, you're doing really well at this, and all of a sudden you get promoted. But when the second you're promoted and you are now managing people skills are a totally different set of skills than the technical skills. And so that's why you can do really well on the technical side and do really terrible at the managing side. And this is why we get hired. We work with companies in 7 countries around the world, different industries, to help managers learn how to successfully manage people, because it's a totally different set of skills.
Well, you talk about this in the book, and I think it's such an important observation that many in their career look at the title as granting them leadership. So it's like, if I just get to this upper management level and I get the title, then people will listen to me, they'll give me respect, and all this is going to fall into place. But actually, it's the opposite. It's the real work begins when you become a leader, because you have to work on your own self-awareness. And as Johnny said, yes, there are some leaders who know how they themselves are motivated and how they got there, but oftentimes they don't even realize it, because, to your point, a lot of these technical skills, these highly developed skill sets, don't often involve interaction with other people, don't involve motivating teams. It's you siloed working with a computer. It's you siloed working with your hands, getting very proficient at that one distinct skill set. But then all of a sudden you're asked, well, you have to lead a team with that skill set. How does that translate over? And how do we actually learn those soft skills? Because Johnny and I completely agree, and it's why we started The Art of Charm. But I know there are still people who listen to this show who are like, some people just have it. Some people have IQ. They're born with it. how do we actually really develop it if we've now recognized that this is a gap and I know that my company or management's not going to give me the training necessary? I'm on my own to develop these skills.
Honestly, this is why I am so passionate about this topic, because once I really did, digging in terms of what exactly is emotional intelligence and realized these are skills we can learn. This is not like IQ that tends to be more fixed. EQ is simply a set of skills. And here's a fun question. So in a typical business conference, if I'm speaking and I start talking about leadership EQ, and I'll say, okay, put your hand up if you know what emotional intelligence is, almost everybody's hand goes up. If I say, hey, tell me what is emotional intelligence, I am lucky if I get 1 to 2 people's hand to go up, even in an audience of like 500 people. And then if I say, tell me how you change it, nobody's hand goes up. And that's where there's a gap. So there's a ton of research on what EQ is. And Johnny's like bursting laughing right now.
Everyone over indexes on their emotional intelligence. And we laugh and we're like, we're doing this show. We see the research and we see how people interact with that. And also we understand those blind spots and patterns as we've been doing this for 15 years.
So that's where so there's been tons of research that emotional intelligence is a proven science, that it is correlated with engagement and retention, period. And we're seeing this even more so than the internet. I mean, EQ has always been important, but where we really kind of saw a massive shift is when the internet hit, because all of a sudden, you can take somebody who has got drive, who's got goals, that has self-discipline, can get themselves a mentor, and all of a sudden they're crushing it in the workplace. All of that is they've just used their EQ, right? So before it was more traditional, you had to get the education to kind of quote unquote be successful. What we're seeing now is that education is still important, but it's not as important. Well, it certainly has the same part, if not EQ is actually even a little bit more important. So to your point, AJ, the first thing is for people to understand what it is. To understand what it is, and then to actually measure it, and then you kind of figure out what are the tools that I need to kind of help expand it. So I like taking a lot of research, finding the patterns, and simplifying in a way that's really easy for people to understand. So for everybody listening, the next time you hear a speaker talk about emotional intelligence, they say, do you know what it is? They put your hand up and you say, what is it? You can actually, very confidently put your hand up and say, yes, I know what it is. So what EQ is are 5 skills. It spells the acronym CARDS. It's our own little acronym. It helps people remember it. I like acronyms because it helps us kind of chunk that information. So here are the 5 skills, everybody. And I want you to just think to yourself, how would you rate yourself according to these 5 skills? All right. So the first C stands for your communication skill, your ability to give and receive feedback. It's your ability to build trust with your teams. A stands for your attitude of yourself. Are you arrogant, confident, or insecure? Humility is a huge piece around confidence. Are you willing to receive feedback? Okay, that's all part of the A. It's also goal setting is also part. So it's attitude and goal setting. So somebody who has very high EQ, they know what they want in their life. They've got goals, they've got direction, they know with where they're heading. R stands for your relationship skills, exactly what Johnny was talking about, your ability to see life from a different lens. Realizing that how you see the world is how different than how other people see the world. That's where cultural differences, personality differences, gender differences all kind of come into play. It's understanding that the way that I see it is going to be different than how AJ sees it, is going to be different than how Johnny sees it, and being able to lean into that and listen. D stands for your decision making and your self-discipline and your performance skills. So that's an interesting one. People don't realize that when you're managing your time, you're using your emotional intelligence. It's somebody who really, with a really high EQ, they're able to say, this is the goal I want, and they're able to be self-disciplined and step on the gas and take initiative. Even though it doesn't feel right or they don't feel motivated, they do it anyway. So that's kind of a really critical piece around EQ. And a lot of people don't know that. And the last one, which is huge, especially with the whole mental health movement, is your stress and your energy emotion management skills. Somebody who has really high EQ, they understand what emotions are. They can differentiate between a thought and a feeling. They know what they need to do to kind of lower their stress. They have certain rituals and habits and boundaries in place to manage their stress so that they can actually operate at a very high level. So high performers, we work with a lot of high performers, and they really focus on how do you perform at a very high level with actually lowered stress. So those are the 5 core skills. Okay, they're all important. And for anybody who wants to kind of do a little scorecard, we have a free scorecard. You can go to our website, dkleadership.org. And in Canada, .org is not a nonprofit. I get asked this all the time from my American friends. They're like, .org, is that? I'm like, no, in Canada, it's for everybody. So DK stands for Dr. Karen Leadership.org, and you can go and you can download. It's a scorecard. It's free, and you can do it with yourself. You can do it with your family. You can do it with your team, and it's a really great one pager to help you quickly identify where are you as a self-assessment tool. According to those 5 skills, it helps you understand, okay, wow, I'm doing really well in these 3, but these 2 I've got to lean into. And so that's a really good first step in terms of helping to build your EQ.
One that you mentioned there was the decision-making aspect. And this is a pattern that we have recognized in a lot of our clients. And when noticing it, I tend to see it going to how millennials have learned to use the computer to answer questions that lead them to take action. And where that breaks down, because of course, if you can find all the information you need to make a educated decision, great, so be it. You would want to do that. But where the breakdown happens is when it's too much information, and now they're overloaded with information. And because of that, there is no clear-cut answer that lights up that they can choose. And then there is a breakdown of wanting to put that aside or come back to it later, or come back to it when maybe that answer will light up, but that answer will never light up. And it's something that I say all the time, that sometimes there's no right or wrong answers, only answers that you make right, or right or wrong decisions, but decisions that you make right, which you're going to have to make a leap of faith in what your goals are and the values that you want to engage in to reach those goals, because in there lies the right answer. And that is reflection that you yourself have to figure out.
Right. And, it's something that is really interesting, and it comes up in management all the time, is around, and you talked about it earlier, around the values. Okay, so this is where everything kind of starts intersecting like a big puzzle piece, right? So you've got emotional intelligence, these 5 core skills. Then now let's kind of add on the generations. And so all of a sudden you've got different, and that's kind of part of the R, the relationship categories in terms of understanding how people kind of see things different. But one of the generational differences, and this is, again, when I do a lot of training on, is managers. So Gen X managers, they tend to manage according to how they want to be managed. So if AJ's on my team and I'm a Gen X, I'm like, hey, AJ, here's the assignment. Let me know when it's done. And if you're a Gen X, that will work well. If you're a millennial, that will probably not work well, because AJ might start feeling alienated, and he might not feel supported because they are used to a much more collaborative approach. So all of a sudden that one misunderstanding causes massive conflict in companies. I mean, literally people quit over it. Like I talk about this in the book, example, right? Like in terms of how people literally will quit because they feel not supported. And they need to kind of have that career path. But, so that's why managers desperately need to get this kind of training so that they can understand, oh, okay, this is with what they value. This is with who they are. This is with what they need. And the coolest thing is, like, a lot of the things that millennials want and need are things that are free. Like, they're not even things that actually cost money for companies. It just takes intentionality and time, right? So it's really interesting. Once we kind of dial it back, it's all very solvable, but we do have to kind of lean in and have the growth mindset compared to the fixed mindset.
What strikes me in all of those different parts, the 5 pieces, is the level of self-awareness it takes to really understand your EQ. We sort of talked about this, like everyone sort of overestimates their EQ, but the problem is, oftentimes, if you're lacking in communication, you don't have the right attitude, your relationship skills aren't that great, there isn't much of a feedback loop there. Like, you're not getting graded on this in school. You're not getting feedback from management typically. It's not part of your performance review typically. Oh, you communicate poorly, but people just move away from you. We try to avoid people with low EQ, because interacting with them takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of energy, and then you fall behind in your career, and you may not even realize it. As like, I feel like I'm performing, I feel like I'm completing the tasks on time, I'm showing up, I'm going to the meetings, I'm doing everything, but this EQ really is that roadblock to your career success in moving up the ladder. And unfortunately, relying on self-awareness, right? Your friends and family might be like, you're a great communicator. Oh, you have a wonderful attitude, but they don't see you under stress at work when you have that poor defeatist attitude. You're in the victim mentality. You're not giving the communication its need inside of the group setting in the collaboration that's expected. I love that you have the self-assessment. What are some signs that maybe our listeners might need to pay attention to, or some warning signs around, hey, you might need to work on some of these areas to really move into that leadership role?
Well, I think it's a great question. So, step one is do the self-awareness tool. Okay. It's a great way. You can kind of come back to it every 3 months, 6 months. If you want to get really bold, okay, we're going for gutsy moves here. Take the same assessment tool and give it to your team and say, I would love you to score me on this. And then put those numbers together and see, oh, look at Johnny's eyes just like lit up. Yes, that's what happened. So you see, because we can see ourselves in one way. And then the question is, does our team see us? So we might, let's say I give myself a 9 on my communication skill, and then I give it to my team. They're like, actually, Karen, you might give yourself a 7, right? All of a sudden you're like, whoo, okay, there's a gap. Let's lean into it. So that's a really easy kind of fun way of actually kind of, again, this is only gonna be for people that are like really gutsy with it, but getting feedback, to your point, is exactly the next step. Feedback is critical. And this is why, in my TED talk, I talk about it, in the book, I talk about it, like, it's hard because if somebody is struggling with their EQ, if somebody is struggling with emotion, with security, the very thing that they don't want is feedback. Like they're what I call feedback fragile, right? So you kind of you try to give feedback and they just kind of crumble because they take it personal. So I think it's really important for everybody listening is if you really want to develop your EQ, be feedback hungry. Lean into it. Don't wait for somebody to give you feedback. Lean into it. And I usually like to encourage people to ask a couple people at work, because you're right, AJ, people will give you different feedback in different environments. But if you're really gutsy, ask your spouse and ask your children. Because you need to have that full 360. We have another free tool on our website. We created it for parents of kids and teenagers. So if you really want to be gutsy and test your emotional intelligence in the communication side, you can download it. Again, it's free. It's a report card for parents. And parents have loved this. So basically, it's a parent saying to their kid, I want to be a great parent. I'd love to know, what am I doing well? What am I not doing well? And let the kids actually give that feedback. Because otherwise, for a lot of kids, they don't know how to give the feedback, like to your point, right? So getting feedback and asking for feedback is what I call the accelerator to this process. It doesn't have to take 5 years. It can take, a few weeks if we kind of really lean into it.
And I know it sounds intimidating, but if you approach your manager outside of the performance review cycle seeking this feedback, you actually showcase that you are a top performer, that you are willing to go that next step. So I know it may be fearful to say, well, I'm going to burden my manager. I'm going to ask him something outside of the performance review cycle that we have, and it will feel awkward. But in actuality, it's a signal to management that you actually have high EQ, even if you might not have it yet, that you're willing to pursue this feedback. And if you don't have a great relationship with your manager, or you just started, then go back to your previous role's manager and say, can I just borrow 5 minutes of your time? I'm looking for feedback in these areas. Please be as honest with me as possible. And we've had coaching clients go and do this with their past managers, and that allowed them to see gaps that they didn't even realize. And oftentimes when you start a new role, you're trying your best to assimilate. There's a lot of new things that you need to learn to understand those gaps going into that new role. That really sets you up for success instead of waiting for the 6-month, 1-year performance review, where oftentimes that feedback is going to be too late to act on, to really change their perception.
And it's actually, you've said so many things I 100% agree with. One of them is from a management perspective, and this for all managers listening, it's not that I'm against performance reviews, but for the love, please just use it as a formality. The real feedback and performance review has to be ongoing. It has to be an ongoing conversation. It is not fair to tell somebody once a year what they've done wrong. It's just not fair. All of a sudden, they need to know on the spot, what are they doing well and what actually needs work. It will save you time. It will save you energy. It gives a person a chance to course correct it. So it's one of the biggest things. Again, I know a lot of companies use performance reviews, but use it as a formality. The real feedback has to be in relationship, ongoing as a conversation. So I think that's a really important piece. But the feedback, if we can just start getting a little bit more comfortable with asking for feedback, I think that's a really, because people are often hesitant to give it, right? So, I mean, this is kind of with what both of you are saying. So if you can kind of have the courage to ask whether it's the current manager or previous manager, I think is great. And, for anybody in the business arena, if there is one thing, we do a lot of work with HR managers, and they're like, what are those kind of clues that you look for about somebody who should be promoted? One of the first things I'd be looking for is any sign about growth mindset. What books are they listening to? What podcasts are they listening to? What TED Talks are they watching? When's the last time they actually asked for feedback? Like, how did that go? Like, that's because there's a lot of things we can train, but if somebody is not wanting or desiring to develop their leadership EQ skill, you cannot force that. Like, you cannot force it. One of the things we joke with our clients, because we have an EQ training program, and I tell our HR managers, I'm like, listen, a great way to kind of figure out whether or not you should promote somebody is just offer it complimentary and see who shows up. You will see very quickly who is really hungry, saying, oh my goodness, what a gift. Thank you so much. I am going to put my hand up, versus who are the people going, seriously, do we have to? And talk about an amazing way to filter out people that are not really ready for the next level of leadership. It's a great way of kind of like filtering through who is kind of ready for that next step.
Well, it's something we've also talked about on the show before as well, that if you do not have a growth mindset, or you're not somebody who they feel they can give feedback to, you're going to find yourself in a personal improvement program, which they call PIP. And that doesn't mean they're trying to help you out. That means they're shooing you out the door, and that they're taking care of legalities.
Yes.
And it's often too late in that moment. The key in all of this, though, is just saying, hey, can you give me feedback? Right? No specificity tied to it, which is why I love the self-assessment, saying, hey, these are the 5 areas I'd like feedback in. That actually gives your manager, your former manager, an idea of what specifically you're looking for. Because feedback is so broad. It's completely broad. And because people don't feel comfortable giving it, oftentimes they'll give you something complimentary or something small just to like answer the question and get away from the stress of, is this person ready for feedback? Can this person handle the feedback? So having a specificity tied to seeking that feedback, you're going to find not only does it increase your self-awareness, but it showcases your willingness to be that growth-minded person and your readiness for a leadership role.
I agree. And I think it's such an amazing sign for everybody listening. Just think about that for a second. Just think about how would it be received if you were to give that one pager to your manager saying, I really want to do a great job here. That's my intent. My intent is to be a great employee at this company. And I would love your honest feedback around what am I doing well in these 5 skills and what actually needs work. And I just would really appreciate that honest feedback and to kind of give it to them. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's one page. It will take them probably like 10 minutes. So time is another really big one, right? So if these assessment tools are like so lengthy and they're like 15 pages, the first thing that we do is like, okay, I don't have time for that. But if it's something that's only going to take 5 to 10 minutes, I find the secret is 10. If it's more than 10, people are like, I don't have time. But if it's like, it'll take like 5 to 10 minutes, and I would just so appreciate. And then you get those numbers, because I love numbers, because you can measure EQ. It's not this airy-fairy thing. It's you can measure it. Then all of a sudden you're like, wow, okay. And if a number is low, because there will be some surprise, some you might get rated higher than others. But if the numbers are kind of a little bit low, my encouragement to everybody listening is lean into it. Don't step back, lean in saying, first of all, thank you so much for the feedback. Train yourself to say thank you when you get the feedback. Thank you so much for the feedback. I'm curious, that's one of my favorite lines. I'm curious, this number here, I'm surprised that it was maybe rated a 4. Could you help me understand maybe why you rated a 4 or what did I do that kind of gave you that impression? So you get curious, not defensive, because what that does is that creates the culture that you are really growth minded. This isn't like a checkbox going like, oh, I really want the feedback, but I don't really want the feedback. So you take the number and you lean into it. And if you kind of get that understanding, maybe it's something somebody said or they worded, like you can just get so much value back in that conversation. So it becomes so the assessment tool really becomes just a piece to kind of start the conversation, a very meaningful conversation.
What I found in that conversation in my own leadership role here at the company is oftentimes upon receiving feedback, that person will then ask for specific instances. And they're not often asking for specific instances because they want to learn from it. They get defensive and they want to push back and say that, well, actually you have the wrong perspective or it didn't go that way. And they get into this like revisionist history cycle that takes them off course from really learning from what that feedback is. So if you do score low, don't worry about specific instances. Clarify if it's not clear what that is and sit with it. And go back and revisit it 24, 48 hours later, because there is going to be emotion tied to it. Like there's no denying it. Even the strongest among us, and we've had fascinating, wonderful, successful guests on the show who talk about their failures and mistakes and how emotionally charged that was. Understand that those emotions will pass. In getting that, wow, I thought I'm a 7 in communication, I'm really a 2. And don't put your walls up and say, oh, I got to fight, I got to prove them wrong. Revisit it, and then set up a follow-up 3, 4, 6 months later to say, hey, you know, I've really been leaning in this area. Am I on the right track? Are you noticing improvements? That closing the loop is also key, because feedback is only effective if it actually results in a change in behavior, if it actually results in improvement.
It's one thing when you're receiving the feedback to sit with it, but also as somebody who's giving the feedback to know that they're going to have an emotional reaction from what you're about to tell them. And AJ and I have set this up with clients and with people who have worked for us. We're like, listen, I'm going to tell you a few things, and I don't need a conversation about it right now. What I'd like to do is just present you with a few things, give you an opportunity to think about this, and then let's come back and have a conversation in a few days. Because whatever conversation is going to happen after that will be from a heightened emotional state. And the person that you're giving the feedback to, they're certainly going to be it. But if they have an opportunity to rebut that and go off, you're going to go into a heightened emotional state. So it's best to say, I want to present a few things. I want you to chew on it over the weekend. Hey, and let's talk about it Monday. I would love to hear your thoughts.
People like feedback differently. So some like it over the phone, some like it face to face, some like it in an email so that they can actually read it and process it before they talk. So I think, you know, when we're talking about how to give like really effective feedback, and again, this is applicable for every relationship, for managers, for teams, for families, is really get to know the people we're talking about. Get to know what is their preferred style, what is the method they really like, because the goal is to come to an understanding, and so hopefully to produce some change of behavior, right? So the goal isn't just to, blame and accuse people. The goal here is to really try to, move the needle and actually produce positive change. So you really want to figure out, and that's kind of like that whole relationship part of the EQ side, is get to know the people. Like some people you need to give a lot more encouragement to. Other people are like, skip the encouragement, just give me the meat, give me the stuff that I need to kind of work on. Some people like it in email. I've really kind of found the value, like that's why it's so much of an art and a science, right? To really understand who is it I want to give the feedback to, and what it would be the best possible way for me to give that feedback so that they can be the most open to actually hear it.
So when you're receiving that assessment, to simply ask, how would you like me to give you feedback on these 5 areas? Right? If you are a manager, and I'd love to talk about that other side of the coin, because that's one of the most critical functions of a leader, is to give effective feedback. And there's a lot of myths and misconceptions around how to appropriately do that. And of course, there is an art to this. So for those who have now moved into new leadership situations, we know that avoiding giving feedback leads to dysfunction of a team and can really create a toxic culture. And you're going to be called upon as you move into a leadership role to give feedback for someone who's underperforming, who missed the mark, who didn't achieve what you had set out to do. So what does the science show, and how do we give effective feedback if we're in that leadership role?
One of them is making sure like timing is really important. So with feedback, you want to make sure certainly that, you want to make sure it's done privately. I literally cringe when I hear around, feedback is given in like a team environment. I mean, if it's team based, it's different, but, certainly for a personal performance, you want to make sure that it's done privately. You want to really pay attention to the time of the day, making sure that you actually have time to talk things out. So even if you just want to make sure that if this is going to open up more conversation, that you're calm, they're calm. So even the emotional state is actually really important. And then understand who you're giving the feedback to, because different generations are going to want it a little different. Traditionalists a lot of times like more the performance review, like they like something a little bit more custom, more traditional. Millennials like more informal. They like it more like you're going out for lunch, or you're kind of like going for a cup of coffee. Like it's much more informal. It's more a relationship, kind of a mentoring kind of feel. I'm a big advocate, and I get mixed feedback on this. I'm a big advocate. Let people know what they're doing well first. And this isn't coddling, and this isn't babysitting, and this is just positive reinforcement. Like, before you tell a person what they need to work on, let them know with what they're doing well. And what you're doing is you're actually reinforcing, like, keep doing this. This part is awesome. I love this. This part we got to work on. This part, is, and then being very specific on what it is that the person actually needs to do. So often, like, people are like so afraid to give it. They're super vague, but people need very specific direction. And especially millennials, for everybody listening, millennials get this terrible reputation that they're difficult to manage. I love millennials. They're one of my favorite age groups to work with, because give them lots of praise, give them very directive, specific guidance, and they will be so loyal to you. They are fiercely loyal to really great managers. But you do need to be very directive and say specifically what they need to be doing well, and really set them up kind of for success. And so, but it does depend on who your audience is, because I've done lots of management training, and I'll have boomers saying, I don't want any of the positive reinforcement crap. I don't need that. That I feel like that's almost a setup. I just give me like more direct. So you do have to get to know, you have to know who is your audience and what is the best way that they're actually going to receive it.
That's every boomer I know.
Johnny included. I can speak from experience.
Yeah, no, honestly, boomers are like, Karen, please do not tell me that positive reinforcement. I can't stand it. Like, but that's your experience. Realize that other people are different. And if the end goal here is for us to really motivate and inspire change, positive change, you've got to understand your team members and what it is that they need it, what needs to happen so that they're best likely to actually listen and to actually pay attention to it.
I think a big part in our experience, especially with managing millennials, is letting them know ahead of time, I would love to give you some feedback, and not just scheduling a random meeting at a random time out of the blue and dumping on them. Because there is a mental preparation, and some people are going to want it immediately. Some people are going to say, okay, can we do it in the afternoon? Can we do it tomorrow when I get through this other thing? There is an emotional regulation piece to that feedback, and we all receive it somewhat differently. And that's where the art form comes in. But just scheduling a meeting and out of the blue, jumping right into feedback with no context, the other person's not prepared for it, will oftentimes lead to that emotional outburst that we're not really looking for as leaders, is not impactful in terms of the behavior change, the goals that we're trying to reach. And the other piece in our feedback that I've noticed is understanding how this piece fits into the bigger whole, right? Oftentimes, when we receive feedback, it can feel like you're on an island and you're being singled out and you're the only one doing something wrong. And as a leader, it's also on you. It's to say, hey, it was my responsibility. I understand that I didn't clarify this in the email that I sent you. I understand that I wasn't specific in the exact time that I needed this. So for future reference, this is what happens. And when this happens, this is how the entire goal, group, whatever suffers, gets off track. That level of context and you taking responsibility as a leader for the miscommunication, whatever the case may be that led to them maybe feeling like they didn't need to deliver it on time, or maybe feeling like it was a little bit looser and more free instead of something they should prioritize, goes a long way to them trusting you as a leader upon receiving that feedback.
Absolutely. And that kind of goes to that C part, is the communication, which is taking ownership. So leaders that take responsibility and take ownership in their communication, and I loved your wording on that. It's something that I actually say a lot with my team. I'll say, you know what, I realized I was not clear enough. I'll say that. I realized that I was not clear enough. Moving forward, I'm going to do ABC. So taking ownership and also clarifying what is the takeaway. In any time that we're, especially with conflict, if there's not a clear takeaway, we're likely to actually repeat this issue all over again. So that is a really important piece. And by setting that stage, all of a sudden, we have that sense of humility. My 3-chair analogy, it's somebody who actually sits in the middle chair, somebody who actually, the leader that has humility is acknowledging the areas that they could have actually worked on. You're creating now this amazing culture that allows other people to take responsibility as well. It seems so simple, but if leaders do not take responsibility, what on earth makes us think that our teams would take responsibility? Like, we have to model what we want our teams to do. And part of leadership is the humility piece around acknowledging when we've made things, when we've maybe not done such a great job, or we haven't been so clear. And so that all really helps to kind of set the stage and kind of develop that culture.
We can all remember as children those moments of do as I say, not as I do instances, which are painful to watch. Well, why do the adults get to do this? Why is it a different set of rules for me? And that happens in that leadership role where they see the leader never taking responsibility, never admitting fault, never understanding or expressing the mistakes that they made. And with that pointed, directed feedback towards team members, of course, they're not going to want to put their neck out on the line. They're not going to want to put in that extra effort. They're going to feel that they need to self-sabotage just to preserve themselves in this toxic environment.
And that's really the biggest difference between an arrogant leader and a confident leader. Like, a lot of people often ask me, like, what is really the difference, that differentiating factor? And there's lots, but the biggest one, and I talk about this in my book, The 3 Chairs, is the arrogant leader. They think they know everything, and they tend to blame things when things go down on other people. The middle chair leader, or the confident leader, they know a lot, but they also know that they don't know everything. So they're more open for feedback. They're more open to learn and listen to other people and hear from their advisors. And they're more likely to apologize and take ownership because they have humility. Like, humility is the difference between confidence and arrogance. And so for anybody who's thinking, I'm not really good at apologizing, I'm not really good at taking ownership, you got to get over it. If you want it, you got to lean it, you got to do it anyway. It feels uncomfortable. We got to do it anyway. There's a lot of things that are really good for us that feel uncomfortable. So we have to learn to just I'm going to make the choice to take ownership, even though it feels super uncomfortable, and you got to do it anyway.
If you see somebody who's supposed to be this leader and they're refusing to take ownership over a mistake that it was completely obvious that they have made, it will only be a matter of time before you become the scapegoat and they throw you under the bus. They may not be doing it now, and you might notice that and you're like, well, at least it ain't me. Well, it's going to be you sooner or later. You need to make some decisions now before it is you, because when it is you, it's too late.
These are topics that Johnny and I are so passionate and excited about. And I realize now we've made some references to the 3 chairs, but I love if you could just set up this visualization, because it is really in the title of the book, and it's so key in breaking down all this emotional intelligence that we're talking about. So what are these 3 chairs, and how should we visualize that great effective leader?
Yeah, I created 3 chairs, 25 years ago when I started really looking at all the different research around confidence and emotional intelligence with what it is. And I realized it was so powerful, but it was sitting on these dusty shelves in university libraries and journals. And I thought, how can I make this come alive? How can I make this really just kind of jump out, because it's just so powerful? So I came up with this concept of 3 chairs. Are either of you visual learners?
Yes, big time.
Yeah, you are? Okay. Johnny, are you a visual learner?
I would say more auditory.
More auditory. Okay. So he can have his eyes closed while I'm doing this. AJ's going to be looking at my little my visual. So there you go. I'm off the charts visual too, which is probably why I created it. But basically there's the 3 chairs, and I talk about it in the TED Talk, but everybody listening, I want you to think to yourself, where do you see yourself sitting in these different chairs? So the person who sits in the left chair is what I call the blind attitude. That's the person that kind of really, they put themselves down. They're tough on themselves. They're like an inner critic. This is the person with imposter syndrome. They can look very confident, but their mindset is they're really critical towards themselves. Okay, so that's kind of the insecure leader. Then you've got the one on the right, which is what I call the arrogant leader. They're cocky, they're arrogant, they're very superior. If things are wrong, they're going to blame it on everybody else. And then you've got the middle chair leader, the person in the middle chair, and that's a confident leader. And that's the person that they have confidence but not arrogance. They know who they are. They know that they're working on themselves. They've got the growth mindset. They have a really healthy attitude, but they also have humility. And so those are the three chairs. And I've taught this to kindergarten students. I've taught this to Fortune 500 CEOs. It's an amazing concept. It's so simple. It's like crazy simple, but it's the crazy thing about it is the research that once you know kind of where you sit, the majority of the time, we're all moving around, but the question I would be asking everybody is, where are you seeing yourself sitting the majority of the time? And then how does it impact your decision making? So when we talk about emotional intelligence, the whole book is about emotional intelligence. Somebody who has very high EQ, they're sitting in the middle chair. Okay, so the whole book is actually developing the CARDS acronym that I was talking about. But once you know kind of with where you sit, you can make very well educated guesses on how people make decisions. Everything from risk taking, decision making, conflict, who they choose as their partner even, like it's crazy, to in terms of how they manage stress and boundaries. And so it's a great, simple visual to help people actually understand where they're seeing, what kind of leader are they right now, and what they need to do to help themselves move in the middle chair.
There's one distinction between that arrogant and humble, confident leader that I want to point out. And we talked about this on a previous episode, the power of language and the words that we choose when describing ourselves and our team members. And that's the me versus we dynamic. And that arrogant leader will often take all of the credit and talk about themselves, even when there's a team behind them. Johnny's nodding his head because this thing it gets under my skin so badly. It's nails on a chalkboard. And we had a team member in the past who's no longer with us, who that was his entire MO, was constantly me, even in situations where he played zero part in the reaching that goal or making that achievement or that accomplishment. It was always me. So that is, in my mind, one of those clear indicators. If you are sitting with a manager who's making everything about me, and never uses the word we, never elevates the team behind them. And I had the same experience in graduate school with mentors who there's a team in the lab who's actually doing the experiments, who's behind them, supporting this research, and they make it about themselves. So as you move into the leadership role, it's really important that you acknowledge all of the team members that are functioning behind you, that have got you on that stage, that have got you promoted, that have allowed you to achieve that success. Really effective, confident leaders know how to acknowledge and share in all of that accomplishment with those team members.
Yes. And the interesting thing is they talk about me unless there's a problem, and then it changes to plural, and it's all about you.
You.
You are the problem. So it's like the reason this hasn't worked is because you, plural or singular, are actually the problem. And so, it's one of the fastest ways around figuring out with where people sit is in conflict. And how do people communicate, and what language do they actually use when there's conflict? Because the person in that right chair, that arrogant chair, they tend to blame things on everybody else. I'm not the problem, you're the problem. We didn't get the goal because of you, right? And so there's a blaming versus the middle chair leader that says, let's reevaluate what our plan was. Let's reevaluate why we did not achieve the goal and what we need to do differently. And so there's a ownership and responsibility. And it's a great way of thinking about certainly the team, who to hire. Once people actually understand the three chairs and then do interviews, and you can ask interview questions to help understand with where people are at, because as long as you've got somebody in that middle chair, they're going to be that growth mindset. They're going to be open to learn. They're going to be open to taking responsibility. They're going to be open for that feedback. You're going to save yourself so much time and energy in any kind of team if you can kind of help. If you can be hiring kind of from that middle chair. Not saying that people can't move, because you can. People are moving from the different chairs all the time, but it just, people can change. You just have to really want to change. We can all get in their middle chair, but we just have to really want it.
Now, there's another acronym from the book that I would love for you to unpack and share with our audience. And this comes up quite a bit on our show in personal relationships, romantic relationships, family relationships, and that's how to effectively draw boundaries. And as a leader, you are going to be drawing boundaries. It is essential to you effectively doing your job in the day-to-day. So what is this acronym that you have, and how can our listeners become more effective at drawing boundaries in their life?
So boundaries are part of it's part of the tactic around the, we think about the cards and that S category, that stress and emotion management. So leaders who sit in the middle chair, and that can always kind of be our focus and our goal. So leaders that sit in the middle chair, they know how to set boundaries really well. And boundaries are easy for some people and super difficult for others. If you're in the left chair, a lot of times they actually have the hardest time with boundaries. Of all three chairs, they're the ones that actually have the hardest time, because if they're in the left chair, they want to please people so badly. So they have a very difficult time saying no. They really want to win the approval of other people. So setting a boundary is completely opposite to that. So they tend to say yes, 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 and then they burn out. And people in the right chair, what they often do is their boundaries, sometimes they actually say yes too much, but a lot of times they're not considerate of other people's boundaries. That's where I really see it with team. It's like the manager that says, well, of course you're going to stay past 5 o'clock because I did it for 50 years and now I expect you to do it for 50 years, right? And that, okay, talk about a generational difference. That is one of the big topics that come up a lot with generations and teams, is the boomer that says, if you're not willing to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not committed. You don't want this badly enough. And the millennial is, if you expect me to stay past 5 o'clock, you're not respecting my boundaries. And therefore, I don't know if I really want to work here. And so boundaries literally can be the topic that causes whether or not people stay or they leave. It's really fun. Like once, I work with lots of, you work with lots of companies. It's really interesting the patterns that you actually start seeing. So boundaries are really important for that middle chair, because for any high performing individual and a high performing team, if you don't take care of those boundaries, you're going to burn out. So it is not a suggestion, it's a requirement for high performance. So how do you do it? There's lots of different ways, but as a team, if I was a manager of a high performing team, well, I am. So here, one of the things that we will do is we'll talk around, I want to help my team set boundaries. We will set boundaries on what times emails go out. We will set boundaries around when we're supposed to be responding to emails. We will set boundaries around, how much time we're actually taking care, time off. There's even a boundary around who's responsible for it. There are emotional boundaries as well as time boundaries, right? So boundaries is like a huge topic. But if you can kind of think about boundaries is critical for high performance. And so it's learning what am I going to say yes to with what am I going to say no to? And at the time, some people are going to get upset. That's okay. That's kind of part of life. But we're going to kind of focus on really with what's the most important. And it's hard, but it gets easier the more people actually do it.
It's interesting. It creates more freedom for the team to function at their best. And as I was waiting for my mouse to come online, I was flicking through TikTok and I learned a new phrase called quiet quitting. I don't know if you've heard of this.
No, I haven't.
And it's millennial and Gen Z, this idea that they're not going to quit their job, like outright quit it, but they're going to stop putting in any effort above and beyond what they're asked to do. So no more staying late, no more leaning in, no more hustle, grind, all this other stuff. And a good manager with high EQ will recognize this shift. The poor managers aren't going to notice that they're losing an entire generation of the workforce to this concept of I'm just going to take my paycheck and I'm going to skate by until someone realizes I'm not performing and I'll deal with the consequences later. That to me signifies that boundaries haven't been drawn in an effective way in a lot of these company cultures. We're asking so much more. This work-life balance is off. And now we're hearing more and more about burnout. We're working with more and more clients who are experiencing it. And I know it's a big part of that, recognizing and managing the stress component. So in a high EQ environment, and especially a high EQ leader, if you start to recognize team members burning out. So I think a lot of times it's really easy to recognize when we're burning out because the signs and signals are very obvious to us. And sometimes it takes a spouse or friend or family member to recognize it. But often it's difficult to see when team members are burning out or quiet quitting. What have you learned over the years for those leaders who want to keep their team members from burning out, or what to do when they recognize team members are starting to burn out?
It's a great question. And so there's a few different signs. The first thing is you're going to start seeing a flat energy. So the energy is just they're not as engaged. They're there, but they're not really there. They're not coming up with a lot of great ideas. They're kind of like, they're just flat. I call it flat energy. So you're going to start seeing that. The other big thing is that they might start making mistakes. This is a big piece to actually burn out, is that they'll start making just really simple but bad mistakes because their decision making, they're just not sharp, right? They're kind of like not sharp. They'll probably, in terms of like start being absent, they'll start kind of having some more sick days. They might start talking negatively around kind of like just, different things that are actually happening in the office. And so it kind of comes out in different ways for different people, or maybe they just withdraw. Some people just kind of really, like what you're saying, they kind of withdraw. You're not seeing it at the social functions kind of anymore. And I think, for everybody listening, if you're going to have like one takeaway from our call today, it would be like great managers who sit in that middle chair, they care deeply about their team. They really care for their team. This is not just like a job. This is like, it's like they're almost like a shepherd to their sheep. They take care of their team, and they want their team to be balanced, and they want their team to thrive, and they want their team to be successful. And so when they see their team not setting boundaries and working too late, and they see the price tag where they're exhausted or they're emotional or they're not handling feedback well or they're making mistakes, that's the time as a manager, you will get so much loyalty, especially from the younger generation. If you lean and say, I'm concerned. I'm actually concerned with what's happening. Like in the last, there could be personal things. We had an employee years ago. We've had an amazing success around managing, hiring millennials and retaining millennials. And one of our employees years ago, she had a hard time setting boundaries. And I remember sitting her down and I said, she's like, Karen, it's so hard for me. I said, I know it's hard for you, but I am deeply concerned. I'm concerned for you. I don't want you to be emailing back at like past 5. I want to help you set the boundaries to care for yourself and in your family, because that's the thing about boundaries. If we say yes to everything, we are indirectly saying no to other things. We're saying no to our health, right? We're saying no to our family, our spouse, our performance. And, for senior leadership teams, when I'm coaching them, if they're like, I don't know about this, like burnout, high performance, all you have to do is look at the science. And if you want a high performing team, you have to set boundaries, because people are humans. They're not robots. So they need to protect that emotional energy in order for them to kind of perform. And so the great managers will really kind of lean in and help their team members really learn how to do it and model it. And, it's hard, everyone listening, like it's really hard to set boundaries, especially if we're maybe not good at it or we didn't see it modeled growing up. And then we have a manager that's not good at it. So all of a sudden we have this basically this unspoken culture is like they talk about boundaries, but they don't really mean about boundaries. So to really set this up properly, managers, you have to show them how to do it. And one of my favorite ways to do this, is when I work with senior leadership teams and I explain to the CEO and the senior, this is the science on high performance. If you want to perform at this high level, you have to set boundaries, and here's how you do it. And when it comes from the top down and all of a sudden becomes this cultural shift within an organization, those are my favorite kind of clients. Because you can see it all of a sudden, spouses start getting the attention. Kids start thinking like, wow, Dad, you're not so stressed out as before, right? They're starting to go to like the soccer game, and then because they feel so filled up, then they kind of have more burst of energy at the beginning. And so it has this massive domino effect, but culturally it's so hard for so many of us. So it does, the more that can be injected within cultures and companies, the better.
There's no intentionality to a lot of the tasks and decision making that they're doing. And I think that also contributes to that burnout. If you had a why there that was important to you, if you were making decisions based on your values, well, then you're doing something, and there's a benefit to that, to why you're doing it. It enhances life. You're engaging in something that's important to you. You're going to feel better afterwards. That makes setting up boundaries to do those things that much easier. But if you don't know why, and where you're like, well, then it becomes, well, why not? And if it's why not, then you've opened yourself up to doing a bunch of things that you don't need to be doing, that is taking time, effort, and energy away from you.
And the why is so critical. I mean, I love Simon Sinek's work, and I just love the focus on the why and the purpose. Again, that's another big value based for the millennials. They have to understand what their purpose is, what their meaning is. But, you know, for anybody who is hesitant around boundaries, it feels awkward, it feels uncomfortable, it feels like you're not being a good employee. The why is look at the science and the research. And in the book, I talk about a lot of the data around high performers set boundaries, period. They said that's how they do it. And you can set the boundaries different. It doesn't have to be, the boundaries have to be like 9 to 5, you know, depending on the organization, the type of culture. We work with companies, you know, we work with companies around the world. And so you've got different time zones. So sometimes boundaries look like working from 8 to 12, and again from like, you know, 7 at night to like 10 o'clock, right? Depending on like the time zones. And also, you know, different people will have different kind of boundaries. Sometimes they're like, okay, you know what, I'm good to kind of put in longer hours in the weekday, but weekends I'm out. I'm done, right? So I think, again, thinking about a great manager and, developing a high-performing team, talk to your team around, let's talk about boundaries. Let's talk about what's the benefit? What's the benefit when we actually start setting boundaries? And how can we kind of help each other so that we're all protecting our boundaries? And the why, to Johnny's point, the why is because we're going to perform higher and we're going to have lower stress. That's why we set boundaries. So higher performance, lower stress. Everybody wants to do that. That's what it is. This the secret is boundaries. And then it means you're going to produce better work, as well as you're going to have a healthier life outside of work in terms of your relationship and with your kids if you've got them. It benefits right across the board. But what's really interesting, I'm working with a company in Alabama right now, and when I got the entire team to kind of work on their boundaries, a lot of them said, Karen, it sounded so good until I started practicing it, and man, was it hard. It was hard because it's so ingrained in us, but then once we got a few days in, and then we started receiving the benefits, and then kids started saying, wow, Mom, you're like a new person. Why are you so calm? You're not so stressed out. And I was able to go to my first kids' baseball game. Like, all of a sudden, when we start receiving the benefits of the boundaries, then we get hooked. And I often tell people it takes usually about 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks of really sticking to it. Then you can see the boundaries, and then people get hooked on it.
We love asking every guest what their X factor is. What do you think makes you unique and extraordinary, Karen?
I think my X factor, I've been told this by lots of people, my X factor is my expertise is wide and it's deep. Like, look how we talked today, right? We talked about emotional intelligence and leadership development, but we're also talking about families and kids and parenting. And so I've been doing this for 25 years. And so the fact that I can talk about family systems and organization systems and how they all interconnect, and then we can go deep, and I mean, we could have talked for like another 10 hours, right? I mean, like, there's just so much content that we can keep going with. So I think I haven't met anybody else who does what I do, that I'm a leadership and relationship expert. And it's fun for me because when I work with business leaders, we'll talk, for half an hour about business and managing millennials. And by the way, can we talk about my wife? And because I'm not understanding my 14-year-old daughter, I'm like, sure. And so, because it's all part of the same toolkit. It's just in a different way. And so for me, I think that's what's made me unique. And it's just something that I absolutely, and I love people and I love helping people really make positive changes. So I think that'd be my answer.
Thank you for joining us, and we'll link everything up in the show notes, but where can our audience find out more about your free quiz and assessment and all the other great stuff you're doing?
Awesome. Thanks so much. So the best would be go to our website, which is www.dkleadership.org. DK stands for Dr. Karen. And then on the site, you're going to see all the freebies. You're going to see the Leadership EQ scorecard. Like I said, print it, give it to your team. You'll see the free parent report card, which is a really fun resource. You'll see kind of a link to my TED Talk that I did about the 3 chairs. We just hit 500,000 in the last 3 months. We just got word yesterday. We are, I think, number 18 globally right now in the top 10, the top TEDx TED Talks in this year, which has been really exciting. So that's a great free resource. You can actually teams can actually watch the TED Talk, and then we have free discussion questions. Again, what we want to do is inspire into meaningful conversations, right? So people can watch the TED, and you can actually watch it with your family, and we've got the discussion questions on our website. And then there's also a link to my book. You can go to Amazon as well to get the 3 chairs. Hopefully people listening are feeling inspired and a lot more equipped and educated to take this to another level, and that's what I'm really passionate about.
Us as well. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment.
Rain and we've got snow on the ground here in Austin.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that it snowed in Texas like that.
It doesn't. But last year it did, and now this year. So
Crazy. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to hop on the Life Coach Zach podcast today. As you know, we love talking about all things mental health, mindfulness, spirituality, health, and well-being. And you are the perfect guest to have on the episode today. We're going to talk a lot about energy healing. We're going to talk a lot about how you're a psychic and how amazing that is. We're going to talk a little bit about my experience working with you, which has been nothing short of amazing. So to all the people that are listening on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, my guest today is Amira Hall. Amira is a psychic, not psycho, with 22 years experience, over 23,000 clients around the globe, and 300 plus trainings. Amira, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm super excited about what's going to come out in our conversation today, because with me, there's always some surprise or twist.
That's it. You never know with you. So tell us a little bit about what you do as a psychic. How do you have these psychic powers? And yeah, I guess we'll start there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Well, honestly, it's been a very long time that I've never admitted that I was a psychic. I tended to call myself an intuitive and then a spirit medium, and I've called myself every name in the book. And so that's pretty wide. But here's the thing. I believe we're all psychic. And that word is getting thrown around and bantered around in ways that it frightens a lot of people. And really, psychic means the unseen or invisible, right? So I'm accessing information. I kind of relate it to being able to look into, let's say a back office or an archive of information that's stored in our energy records. And so I'm able to see and connect with thoughts and feelings and patterns. And so it's, in a way, I gave myself a new title. I'm an interdimensional analyst. How do you like it?
Amazing. Interdimensional analyst. So how do you see the interdimension?
Well, if I could ask you to imagine a rose, or if you've got one on your table or a flower, and then close your eyes and visualize it, that's how we see. And we all see. Call it a visualization, call it an idea, an inspiration. I've trained myself to be able to zoom in on a specific, let's say, entry point. I call them pictures. It could be a thought, it could be a belief, it could be a memory. So when I can dial in, it's like when I look at the energy centers, the chakras, or the energy field, it's almost like I see a kaleidoscope, a spinning wheel of all of these incredible colors and patterns. And then when I zoom in or one color jumps out at me, I sort of go down that rabbit hole. It's like stepping into a stargate where all the information starts unraveling and I get a story. So the story is then translated in my head and I reveal the story. It might be a metaphor.
Yeah.
It might be a literal experience that the person's had.
Right.
So sometimes we have a little discussion trying to define or interpret. Is it a real life situation? Is it a metaphor? Or is your soul trying to give you, your next step information? So it's kind of a translation. And I think over the years, as I've developed an expertise in being able to, as much as a natural ability we all have, I've been able to refine it and tune it in. And that's what I teach people to do.
Amazing.
Because we're all highly intuitive, call it psychic. And when we access those parts of ourselves, there's so much more information that's available to us.
Yeah. I would say this has a lot to do with the spiritual realm, right? I mean, when we start to link quantum physics and science and brain waves and the natural law of attraction and manifestation, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle that fit perfectly. And a psychic is part of the spiritual realm. I mean, we send out information from our brain through our brain waves into the quantum field, into the ether, into the universe, if you want to call it the universe. And if we can feel the right feelings, the high frequency emotions of joy, love, gratitude, appreciation, what we're trying to manifest will come back to us. And I am a firm believer. However, there are a lot of people out there that don't believe in this. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the law of attraction. There's a lot of people that don't believe that we can manifest our goals and dreams through intentional thinking and high frequency emotions. So what do you say to all the doubters out there? And what proof do you have that proves them wrong?
well, you might not like this, but I don't need to prove it to anybody. And after all this time, I'm so convinced, and I've had to prove it to myself because I came from a corporate background and not trusting my intuition and doubting myself or hesitating or being uncertain. When I was finally able to dial into the specific information, is it any different than being able to access a certain program or software? Right? If we have the right tools, we can, let's say with Word, a simple thing like that, we can type and send information through the air, right? Well, science is refined now compared to when this started happening for me 22 years ago. Now science is coming and really showing us how this is all stored information. And, you know, there's a lot of different psychics. And I want to just back up on that thought because, you know, some people misconstrue psychic with or associate that with only card readers. I'm not going there. I'm using my natural, innate, God-given abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, which we all have. It's part of our natural GPS system.
Right.
And our soul's path. Yes, this is a spiritual journey. As we start awakening and become more desensitized to being programmed by everything in our environments, all of these natural abilities just start coming online.
Yeah.
And so it's a wonderful process of discovery. And I really feel, you know, going back to what your comment was about mental health and the work you do, I often see it. People that get depressed, I know for myself it's happened, it's stuck energy. It's not even mine.
Right.
And so the wonderful liberating thing was, okay, if it's energy and I can clear it without meds or drugs or, you know, destroying everything in my life, then that's great. That's a win. Just show me how. And so that's where I started embarking on teaching people to clear their energy field, quick, fast, and easy, so that they can come back online and be that inspirational or that be on purpose with manifesting.
Yeah.
And coming back to the doubters, I think doing a reading, like, I don't know what your experience was, Zach. We haven't had a chance since I spoke to you about that. But that's how a lot of doubters come back to really believing. They need proof themselves.
Right.
And when I connect with them and identify things or articulate circumstances, and they go, holy geez, how did she know that?
Unreal.
I never told her.
Unreal.
You know?
And I had such an incredible experience on our session last week. I'm just so thankful that I was able to meet you and come across who you are and what you do. And I want to take a step back and talk about a lot about manifestation, because I feel like these manifestation and our energy is very interconnected. I myself have manifested amazing things in my life. Amazing things, from my dream lifestyle to my dream car to, you know, a relationship with friends and family that are just constantly growing and getting stronger. And I believe it to be true. I believe that if I meditate and if I feel joy, love, appreciation, and gratitude in my heart, and I believe that if I am going to get what I want, then subconsciously my thoughts, decisions, and actions are going to align with what I want, ultimately creating that, bringing it to fruition, right? So I don't need to prove to anyone either that manifestation and the natural law of attraction is true. I don't need to prove it to anyone, but if they were to look, they would see that, you know, these are the receipts. And I'm someone who loves to study the natural law of attraction, and meditation is the foundation for that, right? In order for us to manifest what we want, our goals and dreams, we have to be present. We have to live as if we already have what we want, whether it's a beautiful house that's paid off, or if it's our dream job or our dream relationship. You have to live, you have to feel, you have to believe that it's already true. And it's easier said than done. So when it comes to the phrase easier said than done, I want to ask you a question. How do you, as a psychic, as an energy healer, sharpen your skills and get better at what you do each and every day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I want to say that, you know, I totally 100,000% believe in the law of attraction. I believe we're here as creators. That's our spiritual purpose. We're here to learn about who we are. And unfortunately or fortunately, we've all been programmed. And what we're not realizing is that as an energy being that came into form, we're programmed and we're camouflaged our true purpose and our true abilities. And so we have to dig through that or begin releasing it so that our natural self can shine. And so that's why, and I mean, I started this journey just simply to heal me. After a near-death experience, I was in a really dark, destructive place in my life, and I hung out there I couldn't get out of it. I didn't go see a psychologist because I figured they're going to lock me up and throw away the keys. When I started hearing things and seeing things, all of my abilities got so turned on. It was like having a speaker blasting in your ear super high. You can't really hear it, right? So I had to learn myself. I had to prove it to me, Zach. I had to prove it that this was worth a damn and that it worked. And this was way before the law of attraction came into vogue and everybody was talking about it. But, they've oversimplified it. And I feel like the general message behind it, they've left out some important ingredients in the recipe. And that is your vibration. So they talk about feelings, which is key, as you mentioned. But all of your feelings, I mean, if you've got these unconscious blocks that are sort of tucked away in the back closet that you don't know about and you're not looking at it and it doesn't matter to you because you're just focused and you're hell-bent on getting that beautiful home or whatever it might be, you're missing out. And there's that skeleton rattling in the closet that is dragging you down, and it is unconsciously lowering your vibration. So the trick is, how do we get to that crap that's behind us that we have no idea is there? And that's the part I work at, because it's the unconscious quantum part of you that's hidden from view. And it's real simple when you have the right tools. You can't vacuum your house, the whole house, with a little handheld vac, right? That's just going to take forever. It'll work in little one square at a time, but it's like that. Meditation is key. Listening as the intuition starts to come alive is not doubting it, and to taking specific action when you are hearing that little voice.
Amazing. So when it comes to past trauma, because that's something that you and I discussed on our session last week when you were, diving deep into my subconscious and feeling my energy and reading my energy. And it was very eye-opening. But as someone who likes to be aware of not only what's going on right here, right now, but what's going to happen in the future and what's happened in the past, how can anybody that's listening be more aware of that skeleton in the closet? Like, what if they have past traumas that they don't even know of? And is that a common occurrence where people have past traumas that they kind of block out, that they don't even realize is there?
Yes, we all have trauma. We all have experiences that have derailed us, and those are stored in your archive. Accept it or not, believe it or not. Is that you ringing, or is that me?
You. No worries, though. No stress.
Okay, sorry about that. We can't see or know what we don't know. And so I think it's a journey of first making the body feel safe and the mind being retrained, because nobody's helped us train our minds, and our little monkey minds are jumping around all over the place. That's what spirit does. When we think of going to Hawaii, we go there. It's a flash, but our spirit literally leaves the body. If you've ever come in the house and put down your keys, and then you're going to leave next time, you can't find your keys. Where the heck did you put them? In that moment, you were out of your body. Your spirit was somewhere else, focused on something else. And same thing when you're barreling down the highway and you miss your exit. It's because you were at the grocery store thinking about what you're going to pick up or that meeting that you're going to have. You left your body for an instant, or most of it. A part of your unconscious or your subconscious self is driving the vehicle because it's rote memory. So, this is the point where we have to retrain ourselves, not only to be mindful, but to have our spirit be in the present. And that is the most powerful place to manifest whatever it is we want. Because I see the energies on the planets is shifting. And we're coming into a phase where as you think, you create. And so where it might have taken a month or two to manifest something, it's going to happen in a flash because you were thinking it and oh my gosh, somebody just showed up and said the very same thing and invited you to an opportunity. So it's happening fast. So equally as fast, we're also destroying things in our life, destroying or missing opportunities. So we're just, nobody's ever been here at this time, I think, in the evolution of our spirit and the planet. So I know that we have to be more and more diligent, vigilant on paying attention. If you're anxious and your mind you're just losing your mind, you're too far into the future. What's going to happen? Well, what if this doesn't work? Well, what if that's, not true? Getting clear, being able to be present and focus on what you see as the absolute next step is key.
Right. And I love
the trauma is when we have the trauma, it's basically we're connecting to a memory or a feeling that is in a past experience. It's not real. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's your memory and your energetic connection to that point in time that keeps it alive in this present time. So we have to purge that. And it's like, how do you remove malware or viruses from your computer? You run a software, right? You deprogram it. And that's what I teach people how to do.
Interesting. So I love how you mentioned about we're kind of destroying ourselves too. I forgot exactly the verbiage you used to articulate that thought, but it was like we manifest good things, but we also manifest bad things. The natural law of attraction works both ways. You don't just manifest good things. You can manifest bad things too. And to all the people that are listening, that are like, whoa, I didn't realize that, I want you to really start to become hyper aware of your thought patterns, right? Are you in a positive feedback loop or are you in a negative feedback loop? Because a lot of the times when we have a shitty day, we allow the shitty day to turn into a shitty sleep. And then the shitty sleep turns into a shitty morning. And then the shitty morning resonates and comes in throughout the rest of our day. So be really careful about your thoughts. Be really strong-minded and exercise your free will to choose positive thoughts only. What do you think about that, Amira?
Well, I think, again, meditation is key. And it's a form of meditation that I'm speaking about is a tool or a practice that actually purges what we don't know is there. Because I see a lot of people going out in the world and they've got this happy face on and they're perfectly groomed and they're bragging about all the shit they manifested and all the good things. Meanwhile, they go home and their relationship is in tatters, or, they're really not being honest with themselves. Or even if they are thinking, I'm positive, I'm optimistic, I've got these affirmations plastered all over my mirrors, but then all these things are not so good happening. Right? So it's like their split personality. They want to believe those good things are happening, but there's something inside of them. They don't know where that is. That's just tugging them back. And that's maybe a sense like I've tried everything. In fact, I'm thinking out right now that most of the people I work with are highly successful and they're well educated. They've got successful, amazing businesses, but they hit a wall. And they can't figure out, because they're really smart, what the hell did they do wrong? Where did they go wrong? And so they analyze it and analyze it and analyze it. And it might come back to a memory or something that happened so long ago. Man, it is in the back archives. And they have no direct tie to it, so they don't think it's haunting them. But it is. It's coming up for removal.
Yeah. And
because we're on a journey. We're on a journey. It's not a stop and start or you hit a button and you're finished.
So what's the process you go through? If you can explain it as simply and as succinctly as possible, what's the process that you go through to help people accomplish that?
The very first thing that we all need to learn, including myself, it's a continual practice, is being grounded. And I ground from the base of my spine. So it's like I've got the base of my spine. Imagine right now I've got a USB wire plugged right down all the way to the center of the earth. So if anybody blasts me, with a criticism or a big surprise, or, somebody shut something down now or something, I've got a way for the body to discharge that energy. And that energetic surge doesn't get stuck or locked in my body. So that's the first thing. Second thing I work with people is clearing the center of their head, because you can't be clairvoyant or inspired or have a vision to where you want to go or what you want to create if that space isn't clear. So if it's filled with worries or lists of things to do, or constantly looking at your phone, did I miss something? Did I miss something? The distractions. We've got to clear that inner space. And it's like a reset. When you reboot your computer, it's like you got a fresh software, connection.
Mm-hmm.
So that way our higher self and our guides, our angels, they can all, give you the messages with the utmost clarity. And then the third thing is to be able to have a practice where you are aware of where your aura starts and stops. So a lot of mistakes people make is they may be very gregarious or outgoing, but they come home and they're just flattened. And it's because they've went out into the world, or even online, it happens. You're plugging into everybody and everything, and they're all jumping into your energetic field. And then you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know, nobody's taught us how to have a healthy, clean, fresh aura, how to stay present and not go into somebody else's energetic field. Like, what do you do when you go there and you come back feeling really crappy? Have you ever had a call?
Yeah.
Or a phone call with somebody and you were feeling great, and then after you talk to them, you're like, oh man, I want to commit suicide.
Right.
So that's what happened. It's their energy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times we just blame ourselves, or we think something's wrong with us, or we can't identify it. So the beautiful thing is, I teach people to use my stress buster, and they can just run those energies, the cosmic and earth energies in our channels. It's kind of like having an acupuncture session, right? Just keep those channels flowing. The body and the spirit know what to do when they're clear.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's key.
That's the process.
So
right
those
there.
are the basic ones. And then being able to reclaim your energy. If you've gone on an adventure, you've had an event or a project, you've left your energy in that event. Oh, it was great. There's no question. You manifested a pile of money and all these people were praising you. However, your energy's still there.
Yep.
So in order to get back on track and be present and to continue to, the momentum of manifesting, you have to reclaim that energy.
Absolutely. And the best way to do that is to give you a call, reach out to you. To all the people that are listening, you can go to chakra-clearing.com. That's CHAKRI-clearing.com. Connect with Amira. Have your psychic reading done. I did it. It was amazing. Looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. To all the people that were listening on Apple and Spotify, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe, share it with your friends. To all the people watching on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link to all of Amira's socials and her website and how you can connect with her below. Amira, it was nothing short of a pleasure again to have you on the podcast today. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with today?
You're a manifester. You're a creator. Go do
That's
it.
Go do it. Go do it. Be present,
Be
meditate.
Be it.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you
That's
so
it.
much, Zach. It's such a
My
joy.
pleasure, Amira. Have a wonderful day. Wishing you all the health, wealth, success, and happiness for this year. And we'll connect again.
Working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. And there's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make. And every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment. Initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled A-R-E-B-E. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. but it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird because it's one of those things that to define is really...
there's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions, recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually, we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent, but what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from, until people understand that for themselves, they may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architects might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills. And obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence. It's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings, and there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win, it is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing.
Sure.
The more that you're able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship, because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their working life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, "Will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush?" And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then. But it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. you can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, I mean, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and the emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, who read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally, you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction by you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally, there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room. And it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now, that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, but the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. I mean, most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training. But most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head, you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them. You're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed and leaping to a response, listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, you know, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them, rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
Exactly.
and the filters that you've just
Yeah.
you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, "Can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards?" And he said, "If I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see." And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, "Nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us." So, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning, and I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great questions.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external, training and development, been able to, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh, no, that's too far or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business specifics around business development and networking. I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better,
right?
Which is fascinating as an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
is that common within architects? Then there's a lot of, I suppose it's quite an introverted
I think it's
profession.
common, full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes, or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking, in lots of people's heads, sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. There's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
But exactly. So, it can be, yeah. I mean, I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. What do you need to get from this, and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? What's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession planning within a practice. What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. I mean, obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think another factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
that's
that
fascinating.
A bit.
And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions that are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, step into a leadership role, the leadership role in your business is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. We both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
First of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
right,
and empathy.
Right.
And developing that most people go to work these days, they don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organisation dictating down, and this sort of cascading of information down an organisation, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, and more about, what have you tried so far? And the asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. In fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself. And you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So yeah, I would work on principals and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host, and I make no representation.
Cambridge University in UK, dedicated economist, and has also a lot of experience in the real world. So he has got one of the big venture capital funds, and he's also teaching for us. So he was teaching for several years on financial crisis. So he was coming back occasionally for our term, or Harvard term. And it was extremely valuable for our students to get the exposure from both sides, the academic side and the practical side. And of course, he's also a great historian in the sense that he likes to combine historical knowledge with actual knowledge, new innovation, and historical economic thinking. And we will have a feast here from his presentation today. And let's give a round of applause for Bill. And we're looking forward to
Thanks, Marcus. I gather from keeping in touch with things Princetonian somewhat from afar, I do spend much of the academic year in Cambridge, England, Old Cambridge, that it just may have been the case that this autumn, the extraordinary, unprecedented, and never again to be replicated history of the football team of the great class of 1965, undefeated, untied, and nationally ranked with the big boys, that the total points scored by Princeton this year may have exceeded the total in the autumn of 1964. I think that might be the case. But in any case, of course, the schedule was much harder then. But I'm really delighted to be back. As Marcus said, I've had a kind of haphazard career. I did my doctorate in Cambridge, having come from the Woodrow Wilson School in Princeton. I then went on a 35-year sabbatical, as it turned out to be as a working venture capitalist at the Frontier, and then returned to Cambridge just in time for the global financial crisis of 2008, from my perspective, to make economics a really interesting subject again. So I'm now back immersed, but all of my work as a practitioner, as an academic, is focused on innovation at the technological frontier, where progress is made by trial and error and error and error, where efficiency in the allocation of resources is the enemy of innovation, where tolerance of necessary waste is required, and where I must say I find the neoclassical production function, even in its Schumpeterian extensions, to be a thoroughly misleading lens to which to read the dynamics of innovation at the frontier. So this process that I've been both lived as a practitioner and have been studying as an academic involves 3 sequential, nonlinear, interactive processes: upstream, scientific discovery, technological invention, for the technologies that really matter, from the railroads to the internet, the deployment of transformational infrastructure, which, when in place at scale, creates new economic space, transforms the market economy, and creates opportunities for exploration of what to do with this new stuff. All of these processes depend on sources of funding that are unconcerned, not driven, not limited, not constrained by immediate visible economic value. Historically, two such sources have existed: the mission-driven state and financial speculation, each capable of mobilizing resources at scale larger than could be expected from rational investors carefully evaluating the net present value of alternative projects. And together they have indeed transformed the market economy, creating what I call a three-player game. A three-player game between the state, financial capitalism, and the market economy, the ordinary world in which we work and spend and save and practice life in the using the technologies that have been deployed. So 3 sets of continuous, reciprocal, interdependent games with different configurations. None of them is a stable equilibrium. The metaphorical relationship to the three-body problem in physics is not an accident. So in one version, we have state investment in fundamental research induces financial speculation to fund construction of transformational infrastructure whose exploitation in turn raises living standards for everyone dependent on the productivity of the market. But in another version, we experienced this only 10 years ago, a world in which bubbles and crashes in the financial system spill over and liquidate both the employed and their employers, generating appeals to the political process for redress and relief. And in a third version, malefactors of great wealth, a great phrase that Teddy Roosevelt deployed at the heart of the progressive movement, malefactors of great wealth are able to exploit the political process in order to preserve and protect their exploitation of the market economy. I sometimes think that's a little too close to home right now. But let's start with the role of the state. There is a long history here. This is a recently fascinating book on how the demand for muskets by the British Army from the Glorious Revolution of 1688 through the Napoleonic Wars to Waterloo, rising from a demand measurable in a few thousand per year to a few million per year, transformed the architecture of Britain's artisanal economy, made Birmingham, England, the workshop of the first industrial revolution. So this is the role of the state as a customer, but there's also the role of the state as a source. And in fact, a generation later, it was in the armories of the United States Army at Springfield, Massachusetts, Harpers Valley, West Virginia, that the concept of making things, making physical things by assembling interchangeable parts, that was reduced to practice from guns to sewing machines to typewriters to bicycles to automobiles. This was the technological innovation that enabled mass production. And of course, in the post-World War II era, this role of the state through multiple channels was responsible for sponsoring all of the technologies from silicon to software and onto the internet that combined to create the digital revolution. And in fact, it continued beyond that. This is the NSF grant to a couple of graduate students at Stanford named Larry Page and Sergey Brin, which led to the PageRank algorithm in Google, and if you like, one of the most profound sources of the technological revolution's growth and expansion. Now, I want to pause for a moment with respect to the language of war. I spoke about a mission-driven state, and that mission has gained political legitimacy, generally through the deployment of the language of war. War liberates, or at least the just war, liberates the state from the shackles of prospective cost-benefit analysis, when the costs are always easier to measure and to know than the benefits are. And this has been true of shooting wars. It was true of the Cold War. It was true of the war on cancer. And it was not an accident that Nixon adopted that language in 1972 when he created a mission for the National Institutes of Health, which has continued to this day, where progress is not measured by whether each project sponsored by the NIH, funded by the NIH, actually works. It's a broader, deeper mission where effective is more important than efficient. But not all wars are successful or even productive. In fact, over the last generation, in this country at least, we've seen the debasement of the language of war from Vietnam to Iraq by way of the war on drugs. And here's the kicker. If the state, and I'm going to come back to this later on, if the state is not accepted as a legitimate economic actor, then innovation at the frontier is likely to stall. Let me turn to the role of speculation. Now, this is a schematic of how to think about bubbles. The first law of bubbles is that they are banal, they are ubiquitous. Wherever there are markets and assets, there you will find herding behavior, momentum investing, prices decoupling from any relationship with cash flows, past, present, or prospective. But not all bubbles are the same. So here we're looking at two different dimensions, the locus of speculation and the focus of speculation. It took me about 5 years to come up with locus focus as a kind of meme for thinking about bubbles. When the speculation is limited to the public capital markets, the stock market, the junk bond market, leverage is very limited. When the bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, the economic damage done is equally limited and constrained. Think of 2001 after the great tech bubble of the 1990s versus what happens when the speculation infects the credit system, the banking system, where leverage in 2007 nominally was on the order of 30 to 40 times in the banking system. Effectively, when you actually go through to understand what was being counted as equity, as the equity base, it was probably more like 100 to 1 or more. A 1% decline in the value of assets effectively rendered the banks insolvent and generated the liquidity crisis that triggered the Great Recession. So locus really matters, but so does focus. Most bubbles focus on assets that have no potential whatsoever of increasing the productive potential of the economy, from tulip bulbs to marijuana stocks. We can talk a little bit later about where we put bitcoins in that spectrum. But occasionally the object of speculation is one of those transformational technologies, like the railways, like electrification, like computing and the internet, that changes everything and creates a new economy. There's a long history here as well. This is remarkable work from an extraordinary scholar named Andrew Odlyzko at the University of Minnesota. He's a pure mathematician. He publishes in the journals appropriate to pure mathematics, the ones where the only words in the title you can understand are the and. But some 25 years ago, he became interested in and then obsessed with the early history of the British Railways, and he spent an enormous amount of time in the archives. So this is the millions of pounds spent on actually building railways in Britain during the little railway mania of the 1830s and the great railway mania of the 1840s. This amount was a huge proportion, approaching 10% of British national income, when most of that income was embedded in the agricultural economy. This is the index that Odlyzko constructed of the shares of the companies that had raised and were spending that money. When the bubble burst at the end of the 1840s, the stock prices collapsed. Most of these companies went bankrupt. Nobody tore up the tracks. Now, more recently, coming closer to home, and in fact to my own life, perhaps why I'm standing here right now, the great tech boom of the late 1990s. This is some very interesting empirical work. The dotted line are the cash flows, both internally generated from operations and externally by raising money in the stock market, by young firms, less than 15 years old, in the 7 super high-tech corporate sectors. And you can see that this enormous increase in cash flow is driven by a comparable increase in the cash raised by selling new stock for IPOs and follow-on offerings on the stock market, and in turn relieve the financial constraint, as we like to say, and enable these young companies to increase their R&D spending by a factor of about 8 over less than 10 years. Again, the bubble burst. Much more money was actually spent on putting dark fiber in the ground, but when WorldCom and Global Crossing went bankrupt, again, nobody tore up the fiber. It was there waiting for Netflix. So the first edition of my book was published about 5 years ago, and it was a kind of celebration of this extraordinarily constructive configuration of the three-player game when the American state, essentially the U.S. Department of Defense, with some ongoing support from the National Science Foundation, NASA, was the sponsor, the early customer, the funder of research, and the inventor indirectly through DARPA of some of the most critical technologies. And when the speculators accelerated and amplified the impact of the digital revolution by perhaps as much as a generation. But now we must consider the consequences of the digital revolution. And this is the theme of what I've just published, a kind of, the way I think of it, as a very substantially revised and extended version of my work for the age of Trump and Brexit. But the first motivation for this was actually very close to home. From my life as a venture capitalist, and you can read all about this in the book, particularly chapter 3 and 4, I internalized what I call the two fundamental theorems of venture capital. Cash and control and corporate happiness is positive cash flow. Cash and control, what does that mean? It means the joint hedge against ignorance, the necessary, inescapable ignorance that comes when you invest in startups at the technological frontier, when you don't know whether it's going to work, and if it works, whether anybody's going to give a damn and pay a penny for what you've built. So cash, enough unequivocal access to cash, unequivocal access to enough cash to buy the time required to find out what's going on when bad things happen, and enough control to shift the parameters of the problem. My experience that often, not always, begins with firing the CEO. It can involve shifting the purpose of the project, of the underlying technology. It can involve selling the venture for whatever you can get without, rather than pouring money into a black hole. But enough control to do something about it. Corporate happiness is positive cash flow. This was the mantra of the fellow I don't refer to in the book as my psychotic mentor, extraordinarily brilliant man who had this slogan, this saying, put onto throw pillows in needlepoint so he could throw them at his CEOs to drive home the message that when your customers are giving you more money than it costs to deliver them a product or a service, you're not only demonstrating that what you're doing is economically worthwhile, you're liberated from the problematic dependence on external cash to pay your bills. Okay, so I looked around a couple of years ago, and both of these theorems were completely challenged, rendered irrelevant by what was going on in the unicorn bubble. These startups burning billions of dollars, funded at premium valuations by financial institutions, not venture capitalists anymore, but by Fidelity and such like, who in turn were not just paying premium valuations for illiquid securities that they could not sell, but were yielding governance control to the founders so that they couldn't do anything if their money was, they decided, being misused, abused, and they were, in fact, dedicating themselves to sitting in the back seat of the car, nowhere near being able to get their hands on the steering wheel as and when it headed over the cliff. And this is a recent paper from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, which goes through in detail the kind of agreements that were meant that were represented here. And of course, you could expect what was going to happen. These are just the two most prominent versions. But then there's also something else that was going on. Cryptomania. I've updated this as of a couple of days ago. So here, think about this as the proposed alternative financial system, liberated again from the control of the state. Now, I have to always, at this point, I always have to cite my friend Mark Blythe at the Watson Center at Brown University, who likes to say that if you have to ask if it's money, it's not money. But this assault on the state's monopoly over the provision of money led to this kind of joint key recognition. The unicorns, the cryptocurrencies, each in their own way represented direct challenges to the authority of the state that had spawned the digital revolution and made them possible. The unicorns at the local level and markets for transportation, accommodation, the cryptos at the kind of symbolically core level. But beyond that, of course, what we've been witnessing over the last 20 years or more, the gradual accumulation to the tipping point of enormous transformations of the market economy through three different, overlapping, related channels. The second great globalization. So the first great globalization, documented and analyzed by Harold James, peaked in 1914. At that point, this was in a world where the movement of capital and the movement of people was essentially free. The movement of goods was constrained because the two most important nations that were following Great Britain, Germany and the United States, both practiced protectionism to allow their infant industries, no longer so infant by 1900, to reach levels of productivity that were competitive with Britain and even more competitive than Britain could provide. At this point, global trade as a percentage of total world income was on the order of 30%. The second globalization, which may or may not have peaked around 2007, in this case, what was free to move were not people, but work was, as well as goods and services and capital. Work moved through outsourcing, through the construction of complex transnational supply chains. And in this case, global trade peaked at 60% of world national economy, generating what Danny Roderick at the Kennedy School calls the political trilemma. You can have deep economic and financial integration, responsive political institutions, and the autonomy of a nation state, 2 out of 3. North Dakota has indeed deep integration with the rest of the United States, economically and financially. It has responsive local government, even if, we could put the entire population inside a couple of election districts in Manhattan. It is not an autonomous nation state. Greece thought it was an autonomous nation state until about 2011 and discovered the realities of deep integration. So the next is actually almost certainly, as much literature, particularly call attention to the work of David Autor's group at MIT, automation. I'm sorry. This is a reference to Autor's work on the political spillovers from globalization. This is a very interesting study. It was done it was published a couple of years ago, done over the previous 3 or 4 years, where they took each congressional district in the United States, looked at the exposure to Chinese imports after China joined the World Trade Organization in 1991, Marcus, I think. 1991? 2000. Sorry, thank you. So over that 10-year period, and then they looked at what happened in the primary elections with Republican districts moving to further right candidates and Democratic districts moving to further left, a polarization response to the impact of trade. But then automation. Now, almost certainly the impact, the economic impact, even if it doesn't carry the same emotional weight as the imports have carried in political discourse. The impact of automation has been huge. I would love to see more varied approaches to reading the political consequences. If anybody's aware of them, please let me know. This is a recent study, actually out of Oxford, that looked at a limited index of automation, the population of robots in roughly equivalent economic areas. And the change in the Republican share of votes for president between 2012 and 2016. The curve is up and to the right. This is what I think we would call suggestive evidence. It's not conclusive or causal, but there clearly has been a major, again, as it going all the way back to the Luddites and the textile industrial revolution of almost 200 years ago, a political spillover from the impact of technological change on the labor market. And then financialization. This is really quite remarkable. We all were aware, anybody working through the post-war era, the post-war era was aware of increased financial weight. But this is a very simple ratio between the value of financial assets and US GDP. From early 50s through 1980, that ratio rises only from 1.3 to 1.8 times. At an annual basis, you really couldn't see it. It disappears over the course of more than 25 years. But from 1980 to 2007, it goes from 1.8 to 4.8 times. This is in the context where, for example, up here, the credit default swap is invented right around here. At this point, there are $60 trillion of credit default swaps outstanding, created in less than 10 years. Now, most of the finance, most of the financial instruments of the trading finance has actually been trading in existing assets, above all, property. And also, of course, trading in financial assets constructed as banks create assets and trade them with each other, not funding new productive assets, except substantially during that tech bubble of 1996, 2000. But what was going on here was the manner in which IT, computing, operationalized modern finance theory, turned the Black-Scholes equation from something that Fisher Black had to write almost by hand on little pieces of paper and hand out at the Chicago Board of Trade into what could be on anybody's desktop as an instrument for both constructing and trading these new derivative securities. Donald Mackenzie's great book, An Engine, Not a Camera, Finance Theory as an Engine for Transforming the Markets, the Financial Markets, not a camera for capturing how they were then working, is probably the salient text, much cited in the literature and certainly much cited by me. Not only did IT enable this enormous increase in the variety and type and volume of financial assets, it also globalized it. This is a Bank for International Settlements. We can all thank Hyun Shin for this chart. It's become almost iconic. It's reproduced all the time. Between 2002 and 2007, the volume of US bank claims on Europe in 5 years went from $500 billion to more than $1.5 trillion. European claims on the US went from $1 trillion to $2.6 trillion. This is the vehicle, the channels through which our embarrassment in the mortgage market here in the United States became a global financial crisis. Thus, the digital revolution played a central role in the generation of the great credit bubble of the Audis and the global financial crisis that followed. I'm one of many who now think that this work by Adam Tooze of Columbia is likely to prove to be the most compelling historical analysis of the sources and consequences of the global financial crisis, which has generated political consequences that continue. This is work that goes back through history, well before the recent embarrassment, to look at the political consequences of major financial crises. This is the period, the early period. This is the full sample, the pre-World War II sample, the post-World War II sample. What they show is that in each case, there's a significant political shift to the right, towards, if you like, right-wing populism, visible in the nations that suffer through these crises. But in this case, and in this country, not only in this country, but perhaps more here than anyone else, the state had been rendered illegitimate as an economic actor and proved to be incapable of adequately buffering its constituents from the economic consequences of the digital revolution that it itself had spawned. Adam Tooze does a brilliant job of how, at the peak moment of crisis, from the autumn of 2008 through the winter of 2009, the United States did play the central role, not only the Federal Reserve serving as the liquidity provider to the world through its limitless, unlimited swap lines, but also the transient moment of stimulus in the first days of the Obama administration that helped put a floor under the worst of the consequences that were unfolding. But this broader political failure is the ultimate macro motivation for my work, this new version of my work. And what it reflects is ideas really matter. As long ago as 1943, Hayek published The Road to Serfdom, an understandable, highly emotional response to the totalitarianisms of the left and right, which suggested and was popularized to suggest, to argue definitively, that any economic role for the state would inevitably lead to similar tyranny as had been the case in Stalin's Russia or Hitler's Germany. It took a generation, and this is important, it took a long generation for the ideas here to mature into Milton Friedman's. This was an extraordinarily popular television program based on a book that Friedman had written in 1980, and which was the kind of the lead-in, the leader for Reagan's first inaugural, when he stated, "Government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem." This coming on top of the previous 30 years, when it was the United States government that drove, led, pulled, pushed, enabled the greatest technological revolution that we've yet seen in the world, without which things would have been very, very different. Now, fortunately, institutional latency really matters. Despite Reagan, despite indeed the Democrats' move to third way, middle of the road politics, Clinton saying the era of big government is over in the mid-1990s, nonetheless, the public sector of the developed economies of the world remained large enough to play a major role in limiting the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. Let me show you this eye chart. This is really why I needed a pointer. So back to 1880, this is the share of the national economy represented by public sector expenditures, including transfer payments, as it should, because they support aggregate demand for the United Kingdom, Germany, the US, and Japan. The two world wars stand out. Those are the peaks. Between the wars, Britain is the outlier. Britain is the debtor nation that did not directly or indirectly repudiate its debts. This is very largely debt service payments. The US is down here. In 1929, total public sector expenditures in the US were 7% of the national economy. 2% at the federal government, 5% state and local, where the state constitutions required that budgets be balanced, and that consequently, as tax revenues fell, as the Depression took hold, spending had to fall as well. The federal share actually doubled under Herbert Hoover between 1929 and 33 when Roosevelt took office. That's because nominal GDP in the United States, measured in current prices, declined by 50% in 4 years. So look at the difference. Here, in the years preceding the global financial crisis, even the US in red is up around 35 to 40%. In other words, the public sector, the continuity in spending, whether it be Medicare payments or Defense Department contracts or NIH grants, bolstered the private sector's demand when private sector investment, beginning with housing, but including industrial investment, collapsed in 2009. It was not only an aggressive central bank that prevented or that reduced the potential for another Great Depression to only a Great Recession. It was also the sheer scale of the public sector. And by the way, this factor, even by twos, I find extraordinarily under-recognized in the literature on the Great Recession and the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. So the US economy today represents a remarkable paradox. On the one hand, it's the home of the leading representatives, the driving forces of the digital revolution, the FANG companies, the superstar companies, more work by Autor, which looks at the role that they have played, that they are playing, that can be read in the macro economic literature, and they're driven. Their economic and financial significance is driven by what I truly believe is a new source of organic market power, different from and additional to economies of scale and economies of scope and network effects. Network effects serve to attract people to one telephone network because of connectivity and the return to connectivity. But, except perhaps from time to time, the FBI, nobody was actually listening to the content of those messages. Now the fact that every interaction, digital interaction, is captured and can be monetized and also learned from, such that the more data you have, the better the algorithms with which you analyze the data. The better the algorithms, the higher the quality of service. The higher the quality of service, the larger the market share. The larger the market share, the more data. A positive feedback loop. This, however, goes side by side in the same economy with multiple measurable declines in dynamism. So this is a chart that the Times mobilized out of Census Bureau data, looking at the share of employees working for small companies and the share working for big companies. This goes with, it's another way in a sense of appreciating that across virtually every industrial sector in the US, the share of revenues represented by the largest companies, by the top 4 companies, has increased materially over the last 10 to 20 years. The number of public companies in the US has declined by 50% since the year 2000, partly a function of private equity, partly a function of M&A without, ineffectively with minimal antitrust concern. The number of venture capital-backed IPOs, a subject very dear to my heart and on which I've actually worked, has declined by something like 60% to 2/3 compared with the average that we had taken for granted between 1980 and 2000. This is another business Census Bureau chart. The Census Bureau has begun compiling data on business applications, and they characterize as high propensity business applications, those that are most likely to generate jobs. Crashed by 25% immediately after the global financial crisis. It's barely recovered since. various measures of social and economic mobility, work by Raj Chetty, now back at Harvard, show material reductions in social and economic mobility, at the same time as, again, various measures of the content of corporate R&D spending suggests a material shift from longer-term research to shorter-term development. And the largest purpose to which corporate cash flow has been put in recent years, and most particularly during this current year, has been on buying back stock. And of course, inequality has reached levels not previously seen since the late 1920s. This is work I highlighted here because it's work that comes out of Princeton. Extraordinarily, very creative approach to being able to track back to the mid-1930s, when unionization in the US finally was given legal political sanction under the New Deal, briefly, looking at union density, that is the density of members of unions relative to measures of inequality. The conclusion was that A, there's a very nice, very robust inverse correlation. The greater the union density, greater the number of proportion of people in unions, the less inequality, and that particularly affects those who are the poorest, and the least advantaged in the labor market. And of course, it goes with what we all know from the well-publicized data. This is the income share of the lower half of the US distribution, declining from above 20% to about 12% over the last 40 years, 45 years. And this is the share of the 1%, which interestingly enough, not only peaked in 2007, but then has actually risen since the global financial crisis. Of course, this is heavily driven by financialization, by the value stock market recovery from the global financial crisis. And what I might refer to as the dark side of the three-player game shows itself in the extent to which the market's distribution of power, $1, one vote, dominates the nominal political distribution of power, one person, one vote. Now, there's another aspect of this dim view, this dismal view, which, again, for somebody interested in the economics of innovation, is very close to home. And this is the exclusion of science from input into public policy. So those of you who have your devices open, if you type the magic letters OSTP into your Google search window, you'll find multiple URLs. This is the one that is OSTP.Obama Archive. It's a snapshot of what the Office of Science and Technology Policy website in the White House looked like on January 19th, 2017, the last day of the Obama administration. Behind every one of those tabs, there's an array of projects, conferences, reports, people, work, programs. This is what the current OSTP website looks like. I check this once a week. First of all, behind this, there's nothing. You can't click through to anything. Under this, there are, over the last 18 months, they've generated 8 press releases. 8 press releases. That's the activity. So, having failed to respond adequately to the digital disruption, the US state has now officially abdicated from the next needed technological revolution. Now, if there had been no Cold War, no Korea, the digital evolution would nonetheless have proceeded. It would have taken longer. It would have been less disruptive. But AT&T and IBM in 1945 were already working on going from analog electronics. This is where the transistor came from at Bell Labs. It would have happened. And it wouldn't have made that much difference, except for a few of us who managed to get the great tech bubble right. But the problem now is that climate change won't wait. It's not waiting. And it raises perhaps the single most important strategic question that the world is addressing now, which is, will China lead? Will China succeed in doing what only one other nation has actually done over the last 200 years? Not just perform as an effective follower, following the lead of the leader through the processes of industrialization and technological innovation, but will it actually become an effective leader at the frontier? There are enormous challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. Now, all followers appropriate intellectual property wherever they can find it. That's nothing new. The British took textile technology from India and Italy. We took it from the Brits. The Japanese and Koreans took everything they could get from us, from steel to semiconductors. The Chinese have clearly done a, let us say, more coherently organized process with greater reach. But even when a nation reaches, is in the process of taking advantage of what others have invented, they remain subject to the corruption tax. Many, many more governments have set out to get to the frontier than have ever come anywhere close, because they've been compromised and ultimately have succumbed to the corruption that can be expected to follow when the state does become an economic actor. Some, the US in the progressive era, Britain in the 1850s and 60s, perhaps China today, interesting new work on the benefits in terms of the productivity of research in areas where the attack on local corruption in China has led to the removal of local officials, where much of R&D is subsidized at the local level, the regional level in China. China may survive that, but the argument that to actually become an effective leader, the kind of hope and dream, particularly represented by the Acemoglu Robinson book, Why Nations Fail, which has had quite a substantial impact, that you need to have inclusive political institutions in order to be able to tolerate and sponsor the kind of creative destruction at the frontier. You know, historically, that is a very, very weak proposition. Britain in 1820, leading the first industrial revolution, was led by a corrupt cabal in London, in close affiliation with a national religious establishment, exercising authority down to the village level. You may or may not have seen the new movie Peterloo by Michael Lee. That was in 1819, when the troops of the British Army returned from Waterloo, slaughtered peaceful demonstrators in Manchester who were demonstrating for greater openness of the political process. The authority of that government was legitimized by the fact that you could look over your shoulder and see, just a generation before in Paris, what happened when order failed, the terror of the French Revolution. But they're trying to hold the lid on the greatest explosion of economic wealth and economic energy and financial wealth in the history of humanity. One might make a certain analogy there. It took a long, really 2 generations for Britain to evolve into a reasonably open, reasonably uncorrupt society. Which drove which? Was it the economic development that had the interplay with the political processes? Or in fact, is it simply an indeterminate question? We certainly don't have enough examples from history to draw any sort of rule, let alone law, of economic and political co-evolution. Think of them as co-evolving, as they did in Britain, as they are now in China. So let me conclude. From the perspective of an American, this is a pretty dark picture. The fellow who hired me at Warburg Pincus, where I've spent the last 30 years, used to say that you can't survive as a venture capitalist if you're a pessimist. You know, the first startup you lose, you'll slit your throat, you'll be out of the game. So I'm temperamentally doomed to be an optimist, and I do believe, and it's not just because I'm here in Princeton, I do believe that beyond the green political shoots that we can read in the midterm election results, perhaps even more at the state and local level than at the congressional level, but beyond that, there is a source of long-term optimism, which I lean on hard, and that is that ideas still matter. And the global financial crisis and the Great Recession, for the disciplines of economics and finance, have been the gifts that keep on giving. They forced the reunion of economics and finance at the macro level, perhaps most significantly in the work that Marcus has led in the new financial macro, echoed by people like Elaine Ray at LSE and Caballero at MIT. This is a radically new approach that puts financial intermediaries at the core of the system instead of excluding them from the economic dynamics at the macro level. It's forced recognition of the behavioral micro foundations and, let us say, reduce the plausibility of relying on the fantasy of the robotic, intertemporally optimizing, omniscient agent. And it's also demonstrably led to a shift towards evidence first, theory later. More work, more empirical work on how the world actually works than on how it should work if it would make our models close in an efficient way. I cite this. I speak as an old Keynesian from old Cambridge. I'm delighted to always salute the work from the twin citadels of New Cambridge, Andy Lowe at MIT, Schleifer with his colleague Genioli at Harvard. Each of these books, in their very different ways, and they're all always subject to comment and criticism, but each of them represent direct head-on assaults on rational expectations and a determination to try to bring into the stories we tell a clearer appreciation of how real people behave in real markets. So I close with the quote from Keynes, the last sentences of the general theory, that the power of vested interest, vastly exaggerated compared with the general encroachment of ideas, not immediately, but after a certain interval, but sooner or late, it is ideas, not vested interests, that are dangerous for good or ill or evil. I do believe that the new economic ideas in process of being generated in response to the discontinuity of 2008 will be, once that they inform the discussion and debate and decisions around public policy, that they will be positive for good. Thank you. We certainly have time for some questions, and I'll be happy to try to address whatever you may have. Come on, this is Princeton, no shyness. You all go to precepts.
There's a question back there. So you had this slide that showed that after every financial crisis, the electorate moved to the right. Why do you think it wouldn't move to the left? I mean, why is that?
That chart is, I expect it's probably dominated. The paper is concerned with a long sweep. We have a few instances, of course. Let me back up and say, Danny Roderick has an interesting paper suggesting a differentiation, and this is specifically with respect to this most recent financial crisis, between the populism of the creditor nations, which means Northern Europe, and the U.S., the U.S. is both, and the populism of the debtor nations, which is Southern Europe and Latin America. The debtor nations' populism going left, the creditor nations going right. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, it often will turn on the effectiveness of the political entrepreneurs who are competing to take advantage of the discontinuity, the disruption of lives, as Harold James has written about the impact of transformation in financial and economic values on human and cultural values and political values. But I think that Pre-World War II is largely dominated by what was going on in Central Europe, as well as Southern Europe, post-World War I and then post-1931. The post-war, very much dominated by Latin America, as well as parts of Asia, where mostly the movement was to the right. The U.S. in the 1930s is really an anomaly. And it was a very close-run thing. You know, when Roosevelt won the election, Roosevelt was in this long interregnum that we then had from an election in the first week of November to the inauguration in the first week of March. The then leading political guru, Walter Lippmann of the New York Herald Tribune, Lippmann said to him, "You must govern like Mussolini. You must suspend Congress. The crisis is too great. Mussolini has shown the way for effective government in response." So and by the way, the left-wing movements immediately after World War I were almost all liquidated rapidly, from Vienna to Budapest, and then in the 30s in Spain. So there was a general right-wing movement after major financial and economic crises. And that's an observable. I can't explain in detail. I don't know if anybody can. Sir.
Thank you for your talk. You mentioned something about state-led technological innovations, and you talked about how China could potentially become the next leader. I was wondering just your general opinion on the concept of state-led or government-led innovations. Because it seems like, for example, in China nowadays, you see the government pouring billions of dollars into artificially creating those city of AI or machine learning cities or gaming cities. But like, are those kind of innovations good, healthy for, I guess, not just for China, but for humanity as a whole?
Certainly, that's a pretty big question. I'm not sure I can get to humanity as a whole. Historically, we can look at a few examples and see that as and when, this is a point I'm glad you asked that because I want to elaborate on it. It's one of the real challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. In the path of following, where you know by and large what the route is, you know, from bicycles to automobiles, from steel to silicon, identifying and bestowing resources on a small number of national champions can make a lot of sense. The Chaebols in Korea, the Zaibatsus in Japan. JC knows more about this than I do. But when you get to the frontier, when progress switches from being an effective follower to depending on that trial and error and error and error, you have to have players who can fail without discrediting the whole enterprise. In the US, as a great example, there's probably no more important enterprise in the United States through the central years of America's rise to leadership, from World War I through to the 1960s, 70s, than AT&T. AT&T fought the notion of packet-switched communications, let alone the implementation of that in what was originally called DARPANET, ARPANET. Fought it in everything from the technical workshops to the White House. AT&T became the enemy of innovation. There's some very interesting work. Wes Cohen at Duke University is one of the authors on how the small number of dominant Japanese IT firms completely missed the transfer of value in computing from hardware to software in the 1980s into the early 1990s. 3 companies dominated the Japanese computer industry. They were all motivated to build faster versions of their IBM-compatible mainframes rather than understanding what was happening as hardware was commoditized by the technologies whose cost and reliability dropped like a stone in the aftermath of the PC revolution of the early 1980s. So whether China, there's an observable in China, which is the very substantial shift in economic weight from the state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Private sector may be a somewhat gray area, but in the US, so it is as well. Boeing, public sector, private sector. Every jet plane ever made in America descends from the KC-135 that was the tanker that the Air Force paid for in order to teach Boeing how to build commercial jet aircraft. So this public-private collaboration can be extremely effective if the extent of reciprocal capture is constrained. Will that be the case in China? There's a very interesting paper. Storslatten, Norwegian economist, is one of the co-authors. It's called Growing Like China, and it focuses on the deliberate effort to shift resources from the financially rich state-owned enterprises to the financially constrained and much more productive private sector enterprises. I think it's an open question. The way I would put it, I have this metaphor of the three-player game. The three-player game with Chinese characteristics is indeterminate, as all three-player games are. The only thing you know is that they will shift over time, because the longer you're in one configuration, it's a kind of Minsky process. The longer you're in one configuration, the more pressure builds up to shift it as vested interests accumulate, as corruption has the opportunity to establish itself, and as political capital gets consumed. But I will say this, it does appear that in area after area, China is at the frontier, machine learning being one of these areas, and where perhaps the incentives for continuing aggressively to appropriate intellectual property may become less as China becomes a source of genuine innovation. The U.S. Effectively did not refuse to enforce copyright laws through the 19th century, to the utter dismay of Charles Dickens, who was pirated enormously in the U.S. until a writer named Mark Twain became more popular than Charles Dickens had been, and all of a sudden there was a domestic interest in enforcing copyright laws. So we may be seeing this happening in China.
One last question. Thanks.
Yeah.
I was just interested, so at the beginning of your presentation, you had the slide about speculation being productive versus non-productive. And it seems to me that, okay, you want to encourage more productive speculation. I mean, if speculation at all. But I was just wondering, so as a venture capitalist, how effective do you find regulation, attempt to, manipulate the economy into something that's better? And are there, how would you recommend to solve those problems?
Well, first, I don't think it's up to the state to either promote speculation. I think it's up to the state or the Federal Reserve or the financial regulators to be attuned to the rise of speculation, and then to pay very close attention to where it's taking place. Now, I've been in interaction on this subject with a brilliant financial economist, formerly, I have to say, of Princeton, Jose Schenkman, who points out that you can't draw a clear, bright red line between the financial markets and the credit system. They do overlap and interact. But I do think that what really matters is being aware of the extent to which the bidding up of prices is funded by borrowed money, so that when the asset prices again decline, those who hold them are rendered insolvent. When there's limited leverage, the economic consequences are much less, and the regulators can afford to let it run and find out whether it's productive or not productive. There's no reason, and apart from the absolutely endemic, prevalent scamming corruption around the crypto mania, there's no reason from a macro financial or prudence motivation for the regulators to try to block what was going on when Bitcoin went to 20,000, because there was virtually no leverage involved in it, and it was still on a relatively very modest scale. We can have a separate conversation about blockchain and Bitcoin and their longer term potential for productive use. I think it's very constrained for the original purpose, and to the extent that distributed databases are valuable, they're going to be valuable amongst trusted partners, trusted counterparties who don't have to worry about proving with the enormous tax on performance. I mean, the point about blockchain, the key point about the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, is that their performance is awful. It's appalling. And it would be if you have to validate each transaction because you don't trust anybody. As soon as you trust people, you can be very efficient. Trust is a really positive contribution to efficiency in economic and financial transactions.
So we have books out for sale and bill signing, and if you have additional questions, maybe during
Sure.
the book signing. But please join me in welcoming and thank you.